Good afternoon. We're going to continue the Budget and Finance meeting from yesterday. As we stated then, we will be going through our remaining memos and then get into the CLA report. We have a quorum, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosendahl, and myself, Bernard Parks, as the chair. For those who have not been at our budget hearings in the past, if you want to comment on any issue in public comment, please fill out a card so that we can take public comment first. Because there is no specific department issues or agendized issues, we'll just take public comment today. So, and we'd like to have the public comment before we start these reports so that we can have your input and can respond to it by the presentation. So if we can start off, Ray, on memos, and if you can walk us through them. If there's information only, just let us know. If someone has a question, we can stop you, but we can get through those because the meat of the meeting...
Stop, just keep going. When you say your information, just keep going. Don't let any of us stop.
The meat of the meeting is the May 13th report from the CLA. So if you can get started on that, we'll keep up with you. And you gave us a chart. So you're going to go alphabetical? Or
what I'll do, because we don't have that many, I'll just start at 118 and run through them. Right. I don't think it will take very long. There will be just one or two that I will want to just pause and go into a little bit greater detail.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe we left off at 117, so let's get started with 118. And I believe this is a report back regarding various questions about ethics, about making some adjustments to the campaign finance limitations, so basic services and reimbursements and so forth. So it's provided for informational purposes.
We just refer that to the Rules Committee?
Yes. Okay, Memo 19 is a report back from DWP, and it's informational regarding water conservation incentives.
Okay, we just refer that to energy?
Yep. Memo 120 talks about the TRAN, and I think one of the concerns has raised if basically as we go forward, if the question was asked whether or not we can issue a TRANS. As you know, we're looking at roughly about $1.1 billion as far as the TRANS for next year. That does include about $400 million for cash flow purposes. If for whatever...
Over that again now, 1.1 billion total?
Billion, yes.
Mm-hmm. And what's cash flow?
Of that amount, $400 million is cash flow. That is I think, the main concern. While I do need to mention that we do still believe that we'll be able to issue the TRANS, even given the information that's contained in the CLA report. Certainly the information, the memo, the letter submitted by the mayor's office regarding the share sacrifice and so forth, the emergency declaration, we do believe we'll be able to issue basically the TRANS, which is a short-term borrowing. It may cost us a little bit more. We won't know until we actually get to the market, but we do believe it's viable.
Okay. So we can do it, but it's going to be a more costly.
It may cost us slightly more, yes.
Okay.
What was the interest we paid last year, or what was the rate in which we borrowed?
What was the rate last year?
On the TRAN?
You know, we'll have to get back to it. It was quite low. I know that's a very vague answer, but it was not in the basic. Long term, we've gone to basically recently to 5%. It's very low. I think we're anticipating at under 1%.
Okay, maybe we could check, and maybe the city controller's office is listening or someone to be able to provide that information. So you're saying, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I think we're looking at basically interest rate of under 1% as for the TRANS for next year.
That's what you're planning on as far as the budget, okay.
That's what we anticipate, yes.
And as if I heard, so we'll be borrowing, the anticipation is we're borrowing $1.1 billion.
Yes.
Okay, and normally we would have the $500 to $600 million.
Basically, what happens, what's anticipated for next year, there's roughly the $600 million for the pension and retirement payment. The other piece is the $400 million for the cash flow portion. That is up from last year. The controller
last year was about $500 or $600.
That includes a special fund borrowing. And so once again, the controllers will be doing borrowing from special funds on top of the 400 that we will get through the trans. So you will borrow through special funds, and also, depending on where reversions are, you'll probably borrow somewhat from the reserve fund.
But the total we need to borrow is 1.1 billion.
Basically for the cash flow, and also to make our payments to pensions
The
and
pension fund.
retirement.
So that's 1.1 billion. Where we borrow that from and the different percentage I get is dependent upon the reserve fund or the special funds or other things that we would be able to do to borrow. But totally, this year, we're borrowing 1.1 billion. Last year, we borrowed somewhere between 500 and 600.
No, we borrowed well over 900 million last year as well.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get, how we compare to last year.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, my second question I meant to ask was the fiscal emergency in the letter that the mayor presented, that has no real effect on that.
We don't believe that it will. We actually, we've been in contact with many of the rating agencies, and they actually can view this as a positive sign that we're actually taking
Right.
some
Which we-
proactive steps to actually deal with that.
Thank you.
Okay. And then you'll give us updates on this budget and finance as we move forward?
Yes, we will. Certainly, we have to come back with you on the actual financing, and we will provide you with an update.
Okay.
Okay. Memo 121 is a report back on the treasurer's positions. Basically, this talks about critical positions related to their operation.
Okay, did we adjust any of those through the CLA report? On memo 121? Okay.
Okay. 122 is report back from BBP on the allocation of the delinquent bills, basically how they allocate the apportionment to the various
Refer that
sources.
to energy.
Okay, 123 is report back from the city clerk on the elections, merging city with county elections.
You refer that to rules.
124 is report back from General Services regarding the leasing of various positions in procurement.
And SCCLA, did we adjust anything dealing with these procurement positions?
No.
No? Let me just ask that, refer that to ITGS so that they can respond to the impact on services.
Okay. 125 is report back on the purchasing, basically the purchasing of the city's umbrella.
Or just information, refer that to ITGS.
It has to do with the purchasing card, yes. Okay, thank you. 126, report back regarding the transfer of land records from city clerk to BOE.
We give direction to oversee this transition and come back with a report as to where it could be dealt with, and also that there's funding that gets us past the fiscal year until that adjustment. Do we have a time of report back?
I don't think you included the
We didn't have a timeline.
Because the thing I'm concerned
You
about,
could
the
put one
longer... Yeah, the longer that we delay past July 1st, I would think it's more costly until we either implement or change what the recommendation is. So we said, I think in committee, hold on to this until we figure out where it should be placed, and that we not readjust the position so you figure out, is this the proper fit?
The city clerk came forward with a proposal actually to do it on a cost-neutral basis, so that actually gives some time to actually figure out what that transition is going to look like. Originally, there was a cost increase to come back into the city clerk's office, but they actually came forward with a proposal that, as I said, is cost-neutral, so that should provide some time for us to be able to look at and determine, where the best place is for this
So
particular function.
cost neutral and stay in the city clerk's office?
Yes.
And then, again, what would be the report back to some final conclusion? Is that...
We could add a 60-day report back, 90-day report back, whatever you prefer.
Okay, why don't you do a 90-day, and then we can get back on this.
Okay, Okay.
And then, is that going to be the city clerk responding or CAO?
I think probably it would be CO with city clerk.
Okay, all right.
And then perhaps even with CLA.
Very good, 90 days.
Okay, memo 127 was informational. It's regarding employee mileage. I believe the controller is looking at making some changes to Pacer.
I just had one question on that. My understanding, I could be wrong, is there's some people that aren't on D-time bookkeeping. So how would they then do mileage?
This is something we're going to continue to look at, but I believe there's a plan to actually get everyone eventually on D-time, just a matter of timing.
All right.
So that's the CAO report back?
Yes, we'll work with the controller to report back on that. 128 is report back from GSD regarding the Office of Public Safety. They were providing a list of positions that are part of OPS.
Okay, ITGS?
129, report back regarding fuel cards. Department reports to the GSD that the number of card holders has been decreased from 252 to 160 as the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay,
I'm sorry, the beginning of the calendar year.
ITGS?
Okay. 130, as part of the potential P3 proposal, you requested the number of city employees that would be impacted. Both general services and DOT reported back. We have 21 in GSD and 46 in DOT.
Okay, now, yesterday, Ms. Hahn's motion was to move this for discussion for Monday, and we waived it out of Budget and Finance, so we'll just have this information available during that discussion.
131 is report back regarding the housing department and their lease cost increases for next year.
Okay. ITGS?
132 is report back from DSD regarding surplus properties. And you see there, Fire Station 4 and then a piece of LA.
Okay, we need an ordinance regarding piece of LA before July 1st. Is that my understanding?
Basically, we'll need an ordinance before we actually implement on the piece of LA. So we'll work with the city attorney.
So that's something that we need before July 1st?
We need it actually before we actually sell the properties, so depending on the timing of those, so I would recommend we get it going though sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, we adopted this Own a Piece of LA several months ago. So I think we do, and again, these are, contrary to some of the press reports, these are not these pieces of land that are huge, they're really next door to people's land, and we could easily get some money out of it. But also, there was a report, and you may have heard this before, Mr. Parks, on those items that were taken out of the FSR. Was that a separate budget memo? There were 6 properties that were originally included last year to be sold as surplus property. There were motions that removed them from that opportunity.
Yes.
And I believe the General Services Department provided that list. I saw a list. I don't know if it was in a budget memo, but Mr. Parks, I think we should add, as we're looking at these surplus properties as well, bring those properties back for discussion.
We'll ask the CEO to add or re-include those 08, 09 properties. And also, we ask the city attorney, we can have that ordinance before the start of the fiscal year for the program, the Own a Piece of LA.
Right, we're working under a faster schedule than that, because in order to be effective by July 1st, it has to be adopted by the end of May.
So we're
going to get it out quickly.
Effective by July 1st. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to make clear, we are extending the policy one more year, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And I agree with that policy. I think it's the right thing to do for the city, and I'm glad we reported back on the properties that are intended to be sold next year. There's one property, and that's in CD14, and that is $2.5 million, and, we were under the old regime, my district would be losing out in $1.25, and it is the only property listed, but I think it's the right thing to do at this time, and we need to support the general fund as much as possible. But I do think that we should revisit, so we're doing it for one more year, and hopefully, as times do get better, we'll come back and look at this and see how it's working. But we're not necessarily extending the policy one more year. What we're doing here is, let's put to the general fund the 100% of a property sold in CD14. I just want to put that on the record there. Thanks.
We thank you for your contribution.
I just want to put it on the record that we did.
Any other questions on 132? Okay, we have two instructions and a ordinance that will be to us effective July 1st.
The
Prior to July 1st.
clarification, the surplus, Ms. Gruhl, the surplus list you just added back in, was that the one that was corrected? Because there were some properties in there that shouldn't have been in there.
There were, I think some may have been corrections, some may have been by motion that the
Yeah.
council member said we had other plans let's say for it. All I'm saying is it should be brought up again for discussion as we go through this budget year. It's not going to be adopted by this budget.
Okay.
But I think that, and I agree with you, Mr. Smith, you brought up some issues before, selling in a bad time. There are some that their value is their value, that's never going to change depending upon that, and we found some.
I just want to make
yes.
sure that, because there were some corrections, such as Fire Station 87, we're under construction of that project now, so we don't want to put it back on the surplus list while we're under construction on the new project, so.
So maybe you can bring that back, because General
Yeah,
Services,
do that.
I don't see any of them here, but there was a memo that was done, a list that was done for
correct.
those that were pulled off last year.
I think
So,
Mr.
whatever-
Roosevelt had one too.
Well, we can work.
Same thing.
They're not on the list. Mine are in the Housing Trust Fund. Fire Station 62 and Animal Shelter are in the Housing Trust Fund. And so if that was part of that list, it's no longer on the list.
Well, basically, there was a list, and many of the properties were pulled off.
Yeah, and are in other processes at the moment.
Yes. Okay, memo 133. This is a basic report from CRA. This is regarding their recent good news in the sense that the suit against the state, and basically they anticipate $14.5 million being returned.
Okay, so the HCED?
Yeah. Okay. 134 is also a report back from the CRA regarding tax increment shares by council district.
One thing I asked for this report, and I just need, if we can ask CRA to give us two more pieces of information. What they lead us to believe when we look at the percentages, we know what the percentage by acreage, but it's not complete as to telling us, is that the same percentage of the funding? So if you have 92% of the acreage, does that equate to 92% of the funding in those areas? And the other issue that has to be resolved as a policy, if you share CRA areas, is the allocation of funding based on your percentage?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, there's two pieces of information. One, we need to find out if the percentage that's listed here also is equal to the percentage of revenue.
Yeah.
And then what is the policy as to the use of the money if you are sharing by percentage, or are you using it within the council district, or does any district have the option of using all of the money? So we need to get two pieces of information to add it to that report.
All right, we will work with CRA to gather that information. 135 also is from the report back from CRA regarding the, as part of the garage, this is basically the Cinerama Dome parking structure as part of proposed.
Yeah, we could move that to Monday, and we really need somebody that, from reading the report today, it leaves a lot of issues unanswered as to the CRA portion and what the liabilities might be, particularly from page 4 on about financial status. So we can move that report when we discuss this on Monday.
Hopefully we can provide some clarity on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. 136, this is also from CRA. It talks about the AB 1290 funds.
Okay. If we can make sure each council office gets this.
137, as report back from Aging, there was a question regarding the reductions that were being proposed and the impact on the service centers.
Mr. Rizzo, I think you asked this question. Does this cover your issues? And I think it was...
The question I had, and I apologize, I haven't gotten to the whole memo, it's a few pages, is it worth our while to take out $2,600 from each of the centers? And it seems like the impact is big because a few more seniors are going to be left without lunches or food, but yet it's only $2,000. You know, we're getting a big bang for a buck here. So my question was, is it even worth doing this cut across the board like this? If we have to reduce the amount of money we're reducing, why not, reduce it administrative costs or something? But it just didn't make sense to me to reduce each center in the city by $2,000, but the impact would be that less seniors will be served their meals.
I think in order to get some of the details, we need to have Aging, but as they indicate in their memo, that basically the $2,600 reduction will not impact actual seniors. And basically they believe they can just reduce some of the administrative costs and some of the other smaller pieces of the program without hitting the seniors.
James Don, Department of Aging. The seniors themselves will not be impacted. We've already have a practice of supplementing the programs under our senior nutrition, so the meals won't be impacted by this slight reduction. The administrative reductions that we refer to in the report back basically is that some of the administrative staff charge across our different contracts, so they'll be able to shift some of those costs off from this particular contract onto their other programs.
Okay, got it. And we got a different impression when this was originally written that they would be impacted, so thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask, Ms. Grew, do you have any questions on 138 while
It has to do with the lease for the San Fernando facility. I believe we're going to use some program savings.
Right, I had heard that, so no, I'm glad, good with that, thank you. I think that's what we've used historically, is that are the savings to be able to do that, so. Thank you, and hopefully in another year or two, we will not have to come, it will be gone, because we'll have our own senior center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, 139 is a report back regarding planning, and this is based on exemption from the managed hiring process for a position supported by LAWA.
Just move that to Plum.
Is that LAWA is taking that responsibility. So it gets off of the general treasurer.
Yes. Number 140 refers to NICLA debt issuance. As I think has been perhaps discussed in various conversations, certainly as we go forward, there's been a concern about the dollar amount that we are now issuing annually for NICLA. Certainly we look at the debt service for this coming year and the increase that will be required to pay for all of the projects, equipment, etc. As we go forward, we want to certainly convey to the council that we need to be prudent in the usage of NICLA. It should be used primarily for real property. This is your land and building and so forth. I know we've used it quite a bit to purchase vehicles and some other things, and that we actually in the memo referred to the ratio, how it used to primarily be used for real property, and there's been a kind of a shift to deal with the vehicle purchases and so forth. I think we need to sort of get ourselves back and sort of rebalance the way that we utilize MICLA as we go forward. I know that's going to be pretty difficult. Certainly, every year we try to discuss how we're going to fund, the purchase of the fire apparatus and police vehicles and so forth. But certainly, we have a concern.
Sometimes you just have to put the credit card away.
Yes, you do.
Let me just ask two things on that. As you report back to us, we really would need to have what the transition plan of removing equipment over time from that account, and what would be the alternate source and revenue source. And I still would like to see how, and I may not have articulated it well, I'd still like to see some, in addition to our debt policy, some way that you can report to us and keep us on a collective view of what we're adding to our debt, maybe compared to the year before, and understand there's nuances there, but I would not like to have the end of the year and say, oops, we're 23%, because we dealt with it incrementally with project by project. So some way that you can give us some guidance on how that would be best reported.
All right, and we will do that, actually. I'll ask staff to actually put together a report exactly where we are now. So I know there's been a number of things that come up throughout the years.
Okay. And then, I think, again, with that, the other transition issue about the equipment, we really need to know how that moves forward.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen some purchases for technology, and I know there are very good reasons for doing it, but I've always been slightly opposed to purchasing technology with MICLA funding because the debt for this is going to last for a while. Well, given today's technological age, that technology is outdated before you know it, and it doesn't last long, so I don't think it's the right use of dollars for that technology. That's something I think we should be aware of as we move forward with refining our debt policy on MICLA.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other? No. Okay, well, that direction, that would come back to Budget and Finance.
All right. 141 also refers to MICLA, and it has to do with you asked the question regarding the 1% goal for MICLA, using MICLA to basically meet that 1% criteria for capital infrastructure development. We look forward to discussing this further.
Let me just... which one? Maybe I missed one.
This was 141.
Oh, I may have been inarticulate again. I didn't intend for us to use the debt dollars as part of our 1%. I think the 1% is the goal we should keep track of for general fund.
General fund, yes.
But in the next parentheses, we should say, in addition to that, we spent $100 million on GEO bonds and $50 million on MICLA during this year. So we'd have some idea of the collective use of money on infrastructure, but I don't want to merge it so we lose track of what the general fund is.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay, next memo is 142. This is regarding city clerk and the potential for taking creative services and council support services and throwing that into the council budget.
I think the one thing we have to report back, and I don't know if we're any more enlightened, but I think we need the CAO and the CLA to work this out, because I don't think it should be a part of when we know how much we rely on council services realistically and creative services, that we should be using this as a ping pong ball each year. We need to put it in a place to where we appreciate what they do, and we can't survive without them. And so we need to address it in that fashion.
And also, and I brought up, and it's not part of this response as I look at it, was the concept of what the state of California does, and that is that they limit the number to elected officials and how many they can use, and then if they want to do more than that, it's charged to their budget. Might be a way to rein it in a little bit, and then also create a revenue stream for those that want to continue doing it. They can pay for it out of their GCP or something, but let them pay for it as they go forward above and beyond a certain, and the legislature uses 25. I don't know if that's realistic or not, but I want you to continue to take a look at that and maybe add that to this.
I think I would see that as a recommendation, that we would include a limitation on that.
Figure out what that is.
But we need you to come back on that so we'll have a better sense of it, and also that we have a sense that it's going to go on every year.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, 143, this is a informational memo referring to the Bureau of Engineering's West Los Angeles office. I think there was concern about the leasing those positions.
Mr. Rosendahl? You're satisfied with this? Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. 144 is a report back regarding status of the Cry Wolf program. Okay. You can see it's almost 80-85% complete.
Okay, we need an ordinance, I understand, on this.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Pete, this is another one that's a revenue issue on the increase of false alarm fees.
So, I'm sorry, it's just pending. It has been.
Do we have the ordinance?
It has been transmitted, yes.
Okay, so we need to get this before council. Is this going to come with the budget process or separate?
I believe Public Safety may have waived it just a few days ago, and now it's been referred to Budget Committee.
Can we waive it?
You can.
Okay, all right. All right. That's just waived, and we can get it before council as soon as possible.
Okay.
Monday?
Could we have it Monday?
Monday.
Can we get that Monday with those waivers?
Sure.
We'll work with the clerk.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask, I'm sorry, this is a little off, not totally off topic, but a little bit related to these last two, which is an item on budget, which was the special events and the motion that we introduced, Mr. Parks, which indicated...
It's in the instructions.
It's in the instructions? Okay. I haven't gotten through all of them yet, so, okay. Thank you.
Okay, 145 is report back regarding the performance evaluation of the Learn and Earn program.
Yes, for that one, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm skimming through the report here, and I think it showed us how many students participated, but this was more of a reporting response rather than a performance response. If we're investing money into helping students successfully pass the KC exam, how are we evaluating whether our additional service to them is actually helping them pass the KC exam? It's one thing to provide the service, but we don't know if it's actually helping them or not. So I think this does require additional information, and if we could ask this report to go to Budget and Finance, Mr. Chair, is that, or...
The thing is, I think maybe it was audits to look
sure,
at the evaluation.
even better.
Okay, and then I think we can just refer this report to each council district as information, but that we give it to audits and ask them to look at the evaluation element.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. 146 has to do with reimbursement of staff by the CRA. Just informational.
Now, there's on this one, is there something that we're waiting for on the billing process agreement or something in order for this money to get into the general fund?
Well, it looks like we need to actually, an ordinance change is necessary in order to add the cost to those being reimbursed, under the oversight ordinance.
Yeah, I think from our notes, it reflects something about the mayor's office, CRA has not come to an agreement on the billing process. Is that what's hanging it up, or because it's revenue, I guess?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch the question.
I was just saying, it appears from the notes that because there's not a agreement between the CRA and the mayor's office regarding the billing process, that this can't go forward to amend the administrative code, I believe.
I think some of those agreements could be reached in the upcoming fiscal year, but I think what we would propose is we leave the discussion open on this matter and discuss it, as we move forward. Obviously, this would be an additional revenue to the general fund. Once again, we're not proposing that these dollars be put back into the mayor's office. These would be reimbursements to the general fund.
So what is the timeline you think you need to create the billing process?
I think it could be achieved sometime before the start of the fiscal year.
Okay.
It wouldn't take any more effort than what we currently do to reimburse as part of the city bill to the other proprietary departments for similar costs.
We'll work with the mayor's office to help them with the billing. As I understand it, the reimbursement needs to be based on actual hours worked and not a percentage. So We'll make sure that happens, because certainly we need the revenue.
And if we can get that done before the fiscal year, would that come through Budget and Finance or HCD or what? It's just, because we have with an ordinance, we have to change the administrative code?
Ordinance would.
The ordinance probably would need to come back to the committee, but we'll make sure we get that.
Okay. But is that HCD?
Yes, right, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we'd expect that before July 1st then.
Number 147, informational purposes, it refers to the assessment district financing, and there are just a couple of options that were
I just had one question. The person, I guess, we paid the FA gave us a report in 2006 and basically said our system was archaic. I think that was the nicest thing they said. I'm just wondering what happened since 2006 to create any of these changes? Or does the department agree with these changes? This is from the point of view of the treasurer, but would it be street lighting? Do they agree with that audit, or are they the ones responsible for implementing it?
It's a good question. I think we need to report back on exactly on all the players involved and what's the best method of going forward. We know we need to change questions whether we've done all the outreach with the affected departments.
Okay, is that Public Works that would come to?
I think Public Works in your committee as well.
Okay. Public Works and Budget and Finance, we need to get that resolved, because it looks like they're recommending for the last couple of years that we completely revamp our system for the benefits of the community and the city.
Yes, yes.
All right. And as, you know, and as they go forward, one of the questions we asked during the hearings is why we do this for lighting and not look for tree trimming, sidewalks, streets, and other things that it appears other cities might do, so we can ask that that be included in some of the response back.
Okay, water usage.
And I just thought it was fun to interject at this point that we're updating from the 1911 Act to the 1915 Act, so we're really on top of it. We're really up with the times.
Sometimes change comes slow.
I had to laugh.
That was funny.
148, report back on the workers' comp savings achieved through the current year budget actions. I think the city attorney will be reporting back in a few months regarding the
I
information.
think was it 148? Because they say we have a more in-depth report on 116. Does that... Okay. Yeah, I think when we dealt with that, our belief was we had another report coming, and so
Yes.
if we could just look at 116 and 148 for future reports to Budget and Finance, and, yeah, Budget and
Yes.
Finance. Okay.
149 is a report back regarding GCP, and this had to do with the funds for the Gay and Lesbian Service Center.
Okay. The one thing I didn't understand is I saw this note. We were under the impression, and what we had talked about is trying to find money for Department of Disabilities HIV coordinator to leverage the money for testing, and then on this report, it looks like they're giving some of their money already to the Gay Lesbian Center for testing, and that's somewhat of a confusing, because that wasn't what we thought we were aware of before. And then the $75,000 we've been giving, it appears there's two other sources of funds that evidently we're not aware of. Is that both the disabilities and CDD was giving additional funds? So
Jennifer Lopez with the CEO's office. Could you repeat the question?
the issue is that when we had our budget discussions, the mayor's office cut the $70,000 or $75,000 from the GCP.
Right.
And what I had asked is that the CAO and CLA look at that and see if we could refund that to the city's HIV coordinator.
That's correct.
So that they can leverage for testing. When we get this memo back, it appears Disabilities is giving money to the Gay Lesbian Center for testing, the very thing that we thought that we were trying to get
The other way around?
Yeah, to be, because we understand that, at least what we were told, they
Yeah.
tested several dollars less per test than anyone else, and yet they're giving $40,000, and we're saying, I don't want to give them $70,000 of money if they're giving it away already. That's what we haven't
Right.
reconciled.
At the time when we were discussing the GCP budget, the Gay Lesbian Service Center with their application indicated that they do get funds from CDD and disability, but we didn't know what those funds were funding. So we requested from them what the funds were used for, and they indicated that's what they're provided for from disabilities for this testing. And I think in the CLA's report, we're moving the money from GCP to disability for that. So I'm not sure if their disability is providing an additional grant or what that means for the department.
I'd like to see if we can work that out and find out exactly, because I thought we were trying to put our HIV coordinator as a focal point for leveraging testing, but it appears they're giving money out of their budget to the Gay Lesbian Center to do what we thought nobody was doing. So we need to resolve those three pots of money, or at least the mayor's cut that one out, but the other two pots, come back with what and how best to address those issues, because from what I understand, the HIV testing is one of the most important issues in the city because of the significant increase, and I didn't want to cut that kind of testing if it's inconsistent with our health issues.
We'll work with disability, CDD, and various others to make sure we're on board.
Parks for the obvious reality here that this is absolutely critical that the testing process continues. There's nothing more better than a person knowing their status, because the infection rate that happens, that has been happening among women of color and young people, is on the increase, frankly. And our city has been very proactive. I think Steve Simon has done a great job on that. So when you get a report back, we don't want to lose that kind of critical support.
Understood. Okay. Memo 150 is report back on the day labor ordinance. Okay. All right. I think as in the city attorney has responded that we can only apply this to new open facilities, and that.
I think there was major misunderstanding during the discussion when the ordinance was passed, that Mr. Smith asked specifically about having the same standard for new and old stores, and I think we came away thinking there was another ordinance. It appears the city attorney's under the impression they were talking about the nuisance abatement, and so this clarifies it. And so that's the information we need.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions on 150? 151.
151 is another report back from CRA regarding the land acquisition fund. Okay.
I think that's a, you had a question on that, didn't you?
Mr. Weisar and I did.
Okay.
This is on 151 on the CRA land acquisition. And I believe that the CRA had actually approved some of the funding for the land acquisition fund, or at least the priorities for some of these projects, including, for my district, it was Valley Plaza. I know you have First and Boyle and First and Mission. My question was specifically, and again, this may not be as necessary in the budget hearings today, which is there were decisions made for non-repayment to land acquisition fund, which had not been the intent of the land acquisition fund, which has now limited the funding for the remaining projects. And I'm not sure that was, I don't know if there's CRA present or someone else.
I'm Elsie Lai, Budget Manager at the CRA. I'm sorry, just to reiterate, your question was about the limited funding and the priority.
Limited funding. We had been told by the CRA that there was and I can't remember if it was $9 million, $10 million in the land acquisition fund.
Right.
And that they would be moving towards, providing that to a variety of projects in the district, in the various districts. As listed here, there are several which total $16,500. There was an action taken by the council, which I did not think it was outlined to council members, where loans that had been made were now grants instead of loans.
Well, actually, what the motion did was just delay repayment for a few years. But that effectively, you're right, reduced our ability to fund a bunch of the other projects that were on the priority list for the Land Acquisition Fund. So that repayment of those couple of project areas, and then also our inability to issue bonds in this current fiscal year set us back a little bit as well.
So it is not that the loans were forgiven?
They were not forgiven. The motion said that they just would delay repayment for, I think it's about 2 fiscal years or 3 fiscal years, so FY13, I think.
Okay, if you could just let us know for sure what that is, because it was described to us differently, that that money would not be coming back and be unavailable to the rest of the projects here, that particularly Mr. Riso and I were interested in.
Lisa Johnson-Smith, the City Administrative Officer. I can answer the question. It's actually been postponed for 3 years, and it was for City Center and City Industrial, and they had resolved the litigation, and it was settlement money. So the council office requested an opportunity to use those funds for the work program and delay repayment for 3 years.
Okay. I don't know if you had any questions, Mr. Riso, on that.
Okay, we move that item. On that one, no question, but if we could just give that a copy to each council office, just for information.
Sure. Okay, I'd like to just skip 152 just for a moment and go to 153. This is the Treasurer's report back on basically the new bank fee structure. I think she's providing some history and some alternatives. To see if we have this report in your committee.
Okay, the issue is that we need a CAO report to vet this, so that we understand in CLA, to vet this before get it to Budget and Finance when your report is due.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I believe we just had a couple of quick ones that this came out, 154. This has to do with building safety, the proposed increase of the non-compliance fee. The Department provided a response back. And they referred to basically the revenue that's provided in the budget of $880,000.
This is something,
does everyone actually have?
No.
This is 154, yeah, we just...
This is actually 154.
Can we get a copy?
My staff.
154, 155.
So this is, again, a fee for non-compliance in what, from the original permit that they issued?
It basically is non-compliance with the citation for various code violations for residential buildings, non-residential buildings, grading, construction equipment, licenses, other structures. It's a variety of non-compliance fees.
Okay. Has this been vetted other than the report that we've been given to see if it's cost of full cost recovery and such?
Have we vetted this or no? We'll follow up as far as the vetting, but I know that the revenue's been anticipated.
We've already realized it?
In the budget.
All right. Is there an ordinance required?
Yes, there are in the process of basically preparing an ordinance to effectuate the fees.
Okay. All right, if we can, City Attorney, on that ordinance, be effective prior to the fiscal year. And do we need to send this to committee with the ordinance to Public Works?
And yours as well.
Bill?
We did.
Bill?
And I'm sorry, we did vet the fees.
Okay,
yes.
Bill? On this item, if we can ensure we can get this calendared as quickly as possible on Public Works, and we'll get it before Budget and Finance, so we can get it, the fee increase before fiscal year. Okay, that's on 154.
154. And 155 was a report back on the voluntary furlough program. I believe the memo refers to 2009-10, but the information actually is for the current year, 2008-2009. It just provides the status thus far through the end of, basically through April 25th. Okay. And as you can see, we're a little bit short of our goal for this year.
What were the agreements if the voluntary program came up short?
I believe the agreement that basically we revisit the deal, so to speak, the agreement for the current year. It did not specify any action, however.
Were there any other shortcomings?
I'm sorry?
Were there any other shortcomings other than what's reported here? Were there other parts of the deal, were they all complied with?
I believe this was the only spot that we had fallen short.
Okay, wasn't there an annual cash contribution or something?
Well, there's two other components. One had to do with moving money that was already in the health accounts. That action was already taken. And there was also an action to increase, I believe, some co-pays.
Increase what now?
Yeah, but basically the co-pays, and those have already been implemented.
So the co-pay has been put in place, and we've moved the savings from the health account?
Yes.
Okay. If we could ask you to meet, and this is with the coalition?
Yes.
Okay, if you could meet and report back to us as to the what is the recommended action as far as the shortfall.
Yes. Okay. I want to follow up on your question on the trans. There's a question on the actual interest rate. Last year, we paid, our actual rate was 1.55%. As I mentioned earlier, for next year, we anticipate under 1 at an effective rate of 0.75. So it's actually less.
Less
from the
than last year.
current.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
That's good news.
So that is
What is that number on that one?
for 2008-9, we paid.
I mean, what memo
What
number?
were we talking about? It was
It goes back to 140, I believe.
121. 121.
121. Thank you.
120, excuse me, 120.
120. Thank you.
Okay. So you said it's 0.75?
We're estimating 0.75. Now, there's an estimate. Obviously, as we get closer, the market moves, that rate will change, but that's what we are estimating at this point.
Okay. Any other questions on 120? Okay, so we've dealt with 155. That's the last memo?
So the last memo is going back to 152.
Okay.
And I know we have talked about this over the last couple of months about our ongoing pension obligations. What we wanted to emphasize to you that we do have a structural problem. This problem is not for this year. It will continue for the next 5 years plus. As was presented in the reports by both lasers and pensions, given where the estimated losses are for this year, the city will be increasing its contribution to both systems over the next 5 years. We certainly, as a board, if they implement smoothing, extend the corridor, things of that sort, all those things would be helpful. But I think the point I'd like to convey is that one way or the other, the city is going to be paying quite a bit more for pensions. The smoothing, the corridor, the changes that may be proposed, while they may soften the blow, eventually we're going to end up in the same spot. And the more we defer now by eliminating corridor or extending the corridor, we will end up paying slightly more in the out years. The other point I want to convey is the rates are going up, and they will continue to be up for the next 10 years, and we do not see those rates coming down in the near future. The rates that we saw in the early 2001-2, where we're paying 5-6% to lacers and pensions, I don't believe we're going to be seeing those rates for a long, long time. And the only way for us to even get there is favorable demographic changes, new plans that actually bring down the cost for the city.
On the other side, on this, does this report cover at all our annual expectation of an 8% return on investment?
Yes, and I'll just explain this. The charts that you see assume a minus 30% for return, 2008-9, and then 9-10 at 0, and then the years thereafter at 8%.
Okay. All right, what I'd like to do is that on Monday, we'd like to ask you to ensure that the two managers of the pension funds are in council so that they can be a part of the opening comments about our financial status.
Yes, I think that would be very, very helpful. Now, the charts that we do provide show minus 30%. I believe both systems are down in the 25% range, which is great, certainly positive news. The other point I think it needs to be conveyed, and it's on the second page of our memo, we are going to have to reduce the size of our workforce and the compensation structure. There's no way we are going to get there without reducing the size of our workforce. Having said that, we need to basically stop all hiring whatsoever. Okay. It does not do us any good to hire, and then next year we're going to have to lay them off.
Okay. Let me just ask, in addition, for Monday, that this report be made available to each council member, and whatever other material that the fund managers may think is relevant, but we certainly would like memo number 152 to be a part of that discussion. Okay. And we'll take your audio tape from today's meeting about hiring and play it over and over in the background. Okay, that ends our memos on 154. We'll go into the CLA's report, but before, one card, Mr. McQuiston, you can make your comments in case, as Mr. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We mumble a lot and we say a lot around here. I think one of the most significant things is what you just said, again, about the pension and the next 5 years. Would you say it again and say it slowly?
We are facing some significant pension cost increases for both LACERS and the fire and police pension. There's been discussion about smoothing techniques, about extending the market corridor, and those policies or changes will be decided by the respective boards for both systems. But either way, either with no changes or making some drastic changes to those smoothing policies, are going to not mitigate the expected contribution increases that we will be facing, the city will be facing over the next several years. They may smoothen, help soften, this is the term I use, soften the impact for the next year or two, but ultimately we are here and we're going to end up here. And the numbers, our contributions are going to continue to be up here for the next 10 years. They are not going to be coming down.
So am I hearing this, that with a significant need to permanently reduce our payroll, what would you say is the number of employees from this point forward the city can afford to keep, say, for the next 5 years? I mean, what are we talking about?
Very, very good question. Certainly, as we go through the CLA report, you're going to see some numbers as far as what it translates to positions. Certainly, we need to go through the process of figuring out what services the city is going to provide and what it's not going to provide. At a minimum, as I stated, we need to be proactive in the sense that we need to curtail all hiring across the board, knowing that those costs for those employees are not sustainable.
Okay, knowing that they're not sustainable, but we obviously need the employees to provide the services to our constituents. Now we're at this incredible squeeze, right? Okay. Yes. So then the conclusion would be either we don't hire anybody, period, and we actually do cut back folks, or we take more responsibility for the pension plans differently than we've ever done before. Have we done any of that kind of conversation among ourselves? Because frankly, I don't think we have the luxury of saying cutbacks and freeze. We got a job to do. So what do you suggest?
I agree. There's a couple of things we're going to come forward very quickly on new, basically I'll call new tiers for civilian. We will provide that information. Certainly we're going to provide a recommendation on fire and police pension. But barring or knowing where we are hiring, we will not see significant changes for our obligations, because we're basically not going to be able to hire, and so the new people going into those new tiers is going to be the minimum. The only saving grace, if we can even call that, is if, for whatever reason, the federal government comes back with some sort of a universal health plan. I'm not hopeful at this point, but that might be the only savior that we might actually have on the health side. It's not going to help us on the pension side, but maybe the health side.
Okay, so the health side, we heard the president talk about a $2 trillion to the industry, cap, don't go there. We've also heard the president talk about some form of universal health care. What about, and let's be hopeful for a moment, let's say in Washington over the next couple of years, they get their act together and come up with a national health plan that takes that burden off of the rising costs here and the out-of-control spending that health care has become. What about the pension end? How do we deal with that?
I know that before I do my report, you want to hear from Mr. McQuiston, but the only way you can deal with our current pension system is reduce the number of people that we have on staff. As a matter of law, you can't change pension benefits that have already been provided to the employees that you hire. When Ray talks about new pension tiers, new hires, and I think we must go there, I think new hires are going to have to be hired under a pension system that is less costly to the city. But that will not help the problem that you face today. The only way to deal with the pensions that you face today is to reduce the workforce.
And we're going to get those hard numbers as we progress in this discussion here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask Mr. McQuiston to come up, and then Jerry, you can start your report.
Jim McQuiston, you have my analysis of the income. I really have to go back to the controller's estimate and say she was pretty close last year, but I think it's going to be lower than the controller's estimate. That leaves another 200 and some odd million that we have to cut, and I think the state is going to really clamp down after the voters defeat the Props 1, which really sends our deficit over $1 billion this next coming year. So that means we really have to get busy on my suggestion of last year and get ourselves out of this the easy way rather than the tough way, laying people off. And I hope that this committee will go ahead with that. We don't want to talk about that in an open conference, but certainly you can look at that. The other thing that I'm concerned about in the CLA recommendation is the CLA has recommended an awful lot of work here for people who are already overloaded. Maybe the council can start thinking very, very carefully before they enact or get into new programs this next year, so that the CLA's people can be working very closely with the CAO on all of the things that the CLA has suggested, namely going through and restructuring our entire city government. I think that would be very helpful. And since the CLA and the CAO work very closely together, that could be done very, very easily, in my opinion, as a management consultant, rather than pulling people in from outside to do that very same thing. But it does depend on the fact that the council has to slow down on what it is doing every day so that the CLA does have the time to work with the CAO rather than working so closely with the council itself.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McQuiston. We only have one card for public comment, so we close public comment. And then, Jerry, when you take us through the report, you're going to do the summary part, the first 6 pages?
Yes.
Verbally, and then Lynn will pick up on page 1 of the specifics. Is that right?
The big picture, yes, that's correct. Clearly, this report was very difficult to write and very difficult to submit to you, but we are in an extraordinarily bad position right now. What was presented to you, in essence, in the mayor's budget was a $231 million shared sacrifice that was unidentified cuts. And as you heard during your committee hearing, the anticipation really was that those cuts would be addressed through negotiations with the unions and essentially reducing our payroll costs. So we're still faced with that today. In addition, the P3 transaction, which actually 77 million of that 80 is programmed into the ongoing operating budget. We identified that as a concern, and two other issues. There's the $10 million in the AB 1290 money that requires some more analysis in terms of whether or not it's committed and exactly where it is. Finally, the mangrove sale needs to be brought down by $8 million. The purchaser has agreed to pay $36 million up front and pay the balance of the $44 million over time at an interest rate. So, in essence, what you're faced with is a $329 million budget hole. Now, I can't stress how important it is to come out of this process with a budget plan that closes that hole with real and measurable and accomplishable actions. In my report, I repeatedly refer to the need to continue to work with the labor negotiators, to continue to try and find other ways of reducing our payroll costs. But in the absence of those other mechanisms, the only actions that you have before you that you can implement to balance this budget are layoffs, furloughs, and hiring freezes. It is unfortunate that there truly, as we sit here today, are no other actions that you can take to put a budget plan in place on July 1st. Now, a $329 million budget gap equates to 6,922 civilian layoffs. Now, our non-sanitation, which of course are special funded civilian, our general fund civilian total is about 12,500 employees, more or less. So we're talking a reduction of greater than 50% of the entire workforce in the city of LA. It would also require, or you could furlough all civilian employees for 82 days throughout the year, which is a 33% reduction in salary. Or you could furlough every civilian and every sworn employee 30 days a year. That gets you to the $329 million. Now, clearly, those options in and of themselves are not acceptable. The resulting service levels, the city in essence couldn't function. So I think the challenge is to come up with a combination of those actions that can balance the budget. So what we presented to you in the report really is in keeping with the mayor's proposal on shared sacrifice that civilian and sworn share in trying to balance this budget, and are the actions again that are available to you today. So in summary, what the report proposes would be to institute or authorize a furlough day, a pay period of 26 furlough days a year for civilian employees. It also recommends freezing all sworn hiring, and I understand that's problematic, I understand that's controversial, but freezing sworn hiring this year saves, in 2010, saves $65 million. If you do not freeze sworn hiring this year, the problem that you're facing in 2011 is closer to $120 million. So as Mr. Serrani indicated, the nearly $600 million pension problem that is unavoidable in 2011 will now become $720 million if you continue to hire. And if you do those actions, then in addition to freezing hiring, it will be necessary to look at deployment strategies and seek other ways of reducing overtime in police and fire, whether it be fixed posts, constant staffing, etc. I understand that's also very problematic, but there is no other way to get to the shared sacrifice on the sworn that we can see other than freezing hiring and freezing deployment schedules in the sworn. Now, if you do this, the resulting layoffs for civilian employees would be roughly 800 positions. So if you go through all of this, 2 furlough days a month, freezing police hiring entirely, redeployment of police fire sworn to reduce overtime savings, and 800 layoffs, then you have a balanced budget. I realize that is extraordinarily grim news, but that is that is the plan that can get this budgeting balanced. Now, it is also important to note that there are certainly uncertainties out there. The state has already indicated, or the Department of Finance has recommended to the governor that he borrow up to $68 million in property tax next year. That's not a formal proposal yet, but the ballot items on May 19th do not look good, and I think we should expect that if the state ends up with a $15 billion hole in its budget or more next week, that they will be looking to take some revenues from local jurisdictions. I think we're also going to have to keep a very close look on our revenues and watch our cash flows. Quite frankly, I think structurally, the city has never gone through the kind of downsizing that is going to be required here. So actually accomplishing this is going to be difficult. Actually getting people off the payroll fast enough will be difficult. Now, if that can be accomplished through some sort of a cash-based incentive program to have employees retire or leave quickly and voluntarily, that would be terrific. Any mechanisms that we can use to get people out the door as quickly as possible are going to help us over the long term. And finally, again, with the recommendation of 2 furlough days per month, that's about $104 million savings. That $104 million, unless we proceed with downsizing, is going to be added to the 2011 problem. So if you only furlough, if you do the furloughs, if you do not freeze police hiring, and with our pension problem next year, just that, you're looking at close to $1 billion problem to deal with. And I truly believe that I cannot, as I say here today, imagine how we could balance $1 billion problem.
Let me ask, before we go to the mechanics, if any questions on the first 6 pages of the summary, before we get to the particulars?
Can I ask, first of all, Mr. Miller, one thing you stated twice was that the proposal is 2 furlough days a month and 800 layoffs is the easiest way out that you can see. You didn't tell us what would happen, I don't think, or I missed it. What's the formula then if we continue hiring police and backfill and add the new 40 that the mayor has recommended? In your opinion, what would be the furlough days needed and the layoffs needed to continue that road, forgetting the $1 billion problem next year?
Sure. The sworn shared responsibility, if that were all to be covered with civilian employees, that would require another 2,500 layoffs.
So it goes from 2,500 more. So that goes up to 3,300 layoffs. And how many furlough days?
Well, for just civilians, it's approximately $3.5 million per furlough day.
Yeah. So that doesn't, in the equation you laid out, that doesn't change in the 2 furlough days? It's 2 furlough days and 3,300 is the worst case scenario if we continue the hiring plan.
That's right. The scenario I laid out to you assumes that we're saving $65 million right. Total in hiring, plus the balance that the mayor proposed in other ways. Okay. It's a total of about $119 million.
And 2 furlough days a month, as I recall, equates to a 10% pay cut for everybody that's taking those furlough days.
That's right.
That's what it's saying. So you're saying 10% pay cut plus 800 layoffs in the best scenario. In the worst case scenario, 3,300 layoffs and the 10% cut. That's to continue hiring police.
Well, the absolute worst case scenario, if all of this were done with layoffs, again, is what, 6,200 total.
You didn't include in here any of the suggestions which have been talked about, which were some retirement options available to us. This does not include any retirement, correct?
It does not. If there is a cash-based incentive that gets people out the door, those would come directly off of. In fact, you'd get more of a bang for your buck, if you will.
Correct.
The layoffs would go down by more than, the number of people that you get.
Correct. And as we've indicated, there are probably hundreds of people who have not retired in the city of Los Angeles awaiting a decision by this city council.
Yes.
Because the numbers have gone down dramatically since this last, since the discussion of early retirement has enhancement, whatever that enhancement would be. So that does not include. So I think it is important to put this in perspective, and I think I want to thank both CAO and COA and all the others that have come forward. This has been sleepless nights for everyone trying to put this budget together. And I think the point being made in numerous pages in your document, I think you repeat it so you'll remind us in here that this is one worst situation we've seen in decades, and two, that this also depends, this budget, which we are required to do, which I think, and I was sharing with others today and for the public that is listening, we are required by law to present a balanced budget. We must present a balanced budget. We cannot, we have not been like the state who sometimes has some hidden things that we didn't necessarily know. We haven't been like the federal government that actually just prints money to be able to balance their budget. We cannot do that. So this is where the rubber hits the road. And as I was describing to someone today, it's kind of like a hot potato. As we're sitting here making these choices, as no one really wants to make the choice and they pass it off to the next person. And I think we have to, as Mr. Smith and I were actually talking about as well, which is figure out what kind of city we want to be in the future. It's not going to be the city we had 10, 20 years ago, or even today. It's not going to be the city we have today. But I think it is important as we look at these layoffs and the various options, and I have made it very clear I do not want to go backwards on our police hiring, and that we'll have that discussion as we get to that item. But a lot of this depends on the future discussions, but that we will take the fiscally responsible position, differing positions here today, but fiscally responsible, which it will be balanced at the bottom. And we will look at, and until we have completed any kind of discussion final with the various unions who've been at the table and are talking to us, these are the options we have before us that you have put here. Other than, I think, not included is the cash, potentially the cash program that we've talked about for retirees that is being discussed and potentially distributed, which could be in the tens of millions of dollars, correct?
Yes, it could, depending upon how many people would accept that.
Okay. And that there are other issues that are being put forward. So for the public that is listening in the departments, we will, again, adopt a budget today based on the information we have before us today. If there are concessions, if there are decisions made that will change our bottom line and change the number of employees that we have present to us or change the compensation related to that, this budget will adjust, and it will adjust related to those, particularly to the layoffs. And I think that is important to note, but that we have to make the tough decision today to vote without the opportunity to have that information before us, and probably will even be as we vote on Friday or Monday. Monday, I guess it's not that we begin to vote on Monday. So, and I know, Mr. Parks, I know we're going to go probably through each item, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to point out your response to the number of officers, should we hire them? It's not an either or. I mean, Ms. Gruhl brought up there's also other places other than increasing layoffs, which is early retirement and other areas where we could recoup that money. It's not an either or. You either hire 40 or more officers, or you don't, or you get more layoffs by hiring them or not. It's not an either or, though. There's other places where that money could be recouped. But that's just one example of the impact on layoffs if we choose to go that direction.
Well, Mr. Weezer, I think as you sit here today, no, that's not the case. I mean, until there is you need to come out of this process today and Monday with a budget that you have the authority to enact. And as you sit here today, there is no agreement for an early retirement or a cash-based incentive program to leave. We don't know how many people would take advantage of that. You're absolutely correct. It is my fervent hope that those other issues can come into play and can mitigate the horrible impacts of what's before you. And I think we need to work very hard to get there. But as you sit here today and Monday, those are not before you.
Okay. And with that...
Can I ask and add it to what Mr. Reesar is saying is on the cash basis, though, there's nothing stopping us, and I think we would, as we've talked a little bit in other meetings, be interested in moving that forward and would like to hear from the CAO and the CLA and the mayor's office about what steps need to happen to have that, because the sooner we make a decision on that, the sooner we will see people go off our payroll, the sooner we will see savings, the less we will reduce the number of layoffs being required.
Yes, and that's what my point is. I mean, there are other, prior to an agreement, there are other changes we can make if we so choose to get additional, to set our priorities in this budget. So I don't see it as an either or. I mean, there's lots of other possibilities as to where we can make up that shortfall should we decide to get 40 additional officers. I mean, we're not there yet, but there are other options other than layoffs. That's not the only option that we could look at to fill in that gap. Correct?
Again, I don't know what other options they might be.
One of them is a cash buyout on retirements, right? Another one may be, we do believe that the mangrove site's going to sell. I mean, there's other possibilities within this budget as we move around and change this. It's not an either or. It's not either layoffs or 40 more police officers.
Well, okay, mangrove is actually in here. That's in the budget.
No, you're pulling it out, aren't you?
$8 million. Only 8 of the 44.
Only 8 of the 44, okay.
Yes, 36 is in there. The difficulty you face, however, I agree with all of that. We can offer a cash-based incentive and start seeing people leave. The trick is going to be to develop, and it needs to be done very quickly, how it's going to be targeted so that people are not leaving that we have to backfill, that we're not losing revenue-producing positions. The quicker that can be put out there, and the quicker that you can get a sense of how many people will leave because of that, obviously the better. The less impact it's going to have on layoffs or furloughs. But in order to have a balanced budget, you're going to have to act on which you're going to have to put forth a plan that if nothing else happens, this plan is going to balance your budget. And that you're going to have to do by Monday. So you won't have that information. I think you're going to have to adopt a budget that balances the budget without that information, and we're all going to have to work very hard to try and make those things happen to mitigate what's before you.
Okay. And my final point before we move on, and I know we're going to get into the details of everything else, but again, I'm very happy to see in your report some funding for a consultant on zero-based budgeting, because we wouldn't be in this position today. We would have hit these issues ahead of time and said, these are the number of people we're going to need to lay off or not, or these are the number of, this is what's necessary to function as a city ahead of the budget process rather at the end, which is how we do through incremental budgeting. So I'm happy to see we saw that in there. It would avoid a lot of what we're seeing here if we go in that direction. I know we have some money in there to hire a consultant to look at rec and parks and other areas. I think it's going to help us quite a bit, and I would urge that we continue doing that process. If we could do more than just rec and parks, that's really going to help us out and hit these issues ahead of the game and not toward the end. And really, I feel, as a member of this committee, that I'm being put into a corner with very few limited options. The more time has passed and not dealing with some of these issues up front and early in the game, and we need to look at that, especially for next year, as we address even a larger problem.
Councilman, if I could just add, I think you're absolutely right in terms of the other options being available other than what's being recommended relative to sworn, because ultimately it's based on priorities, on the council and mayor priorities of the services that you want to provide to the citizens of the city, and it's up to your discretion, the mayor's discretion, to decide which priorities are more important.
But can I, just because the cash issue is something, again, that's been out there and we've talked about it, and I know you're designing it, but in the budget that has been proposed, or the budget that we always have, we have a certain number of individuals we anticipate retiring, and we estimate that, just like we estimate on the LAPD on the attrition on an average. How many retirees did you, in this budget, average that would be leaving in this year without any enhancement?
The attrition number in the budget is 520.
Well, that's for LAPD. I'm not talking about LAPD. I'm talking overall.
Was there actual attrition? I mean,
Well, actually, as far as for each department, when we go through and sort of calculate the anticipated salary requirements for the next fiscal year, we don't always fund 100%. We actually include a salary savings rate of anywhere from, well, I think some of them are actually at 0 all the way up to perhaps 7 or even higher percent. That factor actually takes into account basically the turnover effect, the time to actually, once a person leaves, and the time to actually go ahead and backfill that position, but it also takes into account some of the attrition assumptions, knowing that for some departments it's very difficult to keep up with the actual hiring. I mean, that's one of the areas where there's actually already built in
To the budget, okay. So we have no part of this budget or what the CLA has proposed includes any additional retirement greater than what is in a normal year. Okay. Because I think, go ahead.
what you have before you reflects the number of people that essentially need to leave, however they leave, whether it's through retirements, whether it's through a cash-based incentive. It reflects needing to get an equivalent number of people off the payroll, which is roughly, again, assuming that that Sworn take care of their share of the retirement, or of the shared responsibility. What this reflects is having 3,200 people off of our payroll, civilian.
Regardless of where that comes
Regardless of how that happens.
Okay. But I think it is important to note, and again, some of us have been in the discussions in EERC, so have a little bit more knowledge on that. And again, but it's public that we've had these discussions, or go like this if I'm saying anything we shouldn't. But I think we want to see, and what we have asked for is a plan which encourages that early retirement, and that there is that cash-based incentive. And when can we do that? And Mr. Parkson asked us the timeline and having that accomplished, because the sooner we do it, the better. So and as far as I'm concerned, if we say we're going to offer that, we can anticipate an X number. There's an X number that we think is the highest amount and maybe a rosy picture, but we can at least estimate that there's this number of people that will leave under that scenario. Because we do that all the time in our budgets, where we have a projection. It's a good guess, and 9 times out of 10 we're probably pretty close, just like we talk about our revenues. So I would think that we should include as part of this a portion of that which we anticipate as we look at giving cash for those retiring, that we would come back and say that would be part of our budget, and that we should adopt it sooner rather than later.
That would be fine. I mean, it is important to note, however, that I think in the scenarios that have been presented, the likely savings on a cash-based incentive program would cover less than half of the shared responsibility.
I get
figure.
that. It's part of the puzzle.
Right.
It's part of the puzzle.
Right.
I mean, even with that, we understand layoffs, furloughs, those are part of it. But I think it is important, because of everyone thinking the unknown, that we make that decision sooner rather than later, and it does help us. Every $1 million, $10 million, $50 million gets us a lower amount of which we have to lay off people. So that's what I think I would like us to see, and if you can tell us when you believe, and if we can have some plan going forward as we adopt this final budget, that will assist us in, I think, reducing the number of people we would have to lay off.
Councilwoman, if I could just make one comment, and that being, it isn't just about police hiring, it isn't just about fire hiring, it's about all hiring. And every hire that you make could potentially lead to another layoff. It doesn't matter. We're talking about all hiring, not just the sworn. So I just want to make that point very, very clear.
I'm perfectly clear. I understand that.
If I can take it a step further, there's been a whisper around here that if we don't do certain structural changes or certain layoffs or furloughs, in 14 months we could go bankrupt as a city. Would you explain that scenario, Jerry?
Well, the only way that we can address a looming billion-dollar hole in 2011 is to structurally realign our expenditures and our revenues. That is the only way to do that. And it takes quite a while to do that. I think we had this discussion last year in connection with the budget about the dire situation that we're going to be facing and how long it takes. A layoff, layoffs take 6 months, 7 months to get it to occur. Figuring out what we're going to do when the positions leave and restructuring the services we provide and deciding what kind of city we're going to look like takes a lot of time. It's like moving an oil tanker. It doesn't turn on a dime. We are headed in a direction that literally could be, in my view, virtually impossible to solve. $1 billion in 2011 is 25% of the entire city general fund. Now, since police and fire make up 63, and I don't mean to focus on police and fire, I'm just trying to put this in perspective. If they're 62 or 63% of the city, and we're faced with that problem, that means 90% of the rest of the city goes away. And that is simply not feasible.
Right. Okay, there's two questions I have, which are the unknowns, and I've been saying let's put it all on the table, let's get rid of mirrors and smoke, let's be real, and I get a little pushback from some folks when I say let's be real. The two unknowns for me, maybe you can help me out, is one, the status of the relationship with our unions and our negotiation and this budget. This union relationship has an impact, obviously, on this budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about the status of negotiations? Is there anything new for us to know, or is there any comment you would make, since we're all in it together, the union and non-union, all of us are people first, what positioning on the union issues would we as a council feel makes the sense to get us into a better, clearer picture of where we need to go? And the second will be the 19th is the 19th, and after that we're going to know. So we can get a budget together until after the 19th anyhow, to see what happens up in Sacramento or through the state when the people vote. But first I'd like to know about that whole union issue, which I hear so much about, but I don't have any clarity whatsoever.
I think historically our relationship with our unions has been very good. Do I think that they understand the depth of the problem? 99.9% of them understand the depth of the problem. Does that mean they're willing to totally gut their contracts and allow us wholesale changes in those contracts? Probably not. But that's what negotiations are for. And we will see where we end up. We're currently at the table with fire and police on those negotiations. They do represent 60-some-odd% of the expenditure, and solving for our problem clearly, and the instructions we have attempt to address that in terms of some types of either long-term concessions or short-term concessions to bridge where we are today to where we need to get to in the future, understanding that our future, long-term, looks very bad as well, as indicated by the pension numbers that have been discussed. With regards to the civilians, we have a slight hiccup, I think, with the discussion on early retirements. I think that will get rectified, and we'll get back to the table on Friday, and we will do the discussion in the composite this time, so that we're not focusing on a single item, but focusing on the entire scope of the problem. Are there solutions? Yes, there's obviously solutions that are available to us. Are they easy? No, they're not. In fact, they're very, very difficult. Are they easy for union leadership to go back to their membership and attempt to undo things that we have put in place, which we put in place in good faith in an economy that is nowhere near resembling the one we have today? That will be a very difficult discussion for them. Are they able to do all the things that we need to do to achieve that? I don't know. But what do we have within our control? Unfortunately, the issues that we have within our total control are very limited, which is layoffs and, through an emergency declaration, furloughs.
Right. And I appreciate what you said, but how can we make a budget until those negotiations are resolved so we know what we're really dealing with?
I think you have to adopt a balanced budget, as has been indicated. And in terms of what this budget needs to look like, you have, I guess, the choice. The choice is you can assume wonderful things and adopt a budget that is based on some projections that may or may not come true. And if those do not come true, then recognize that every day we wait compounds our problem. So if we assume, for example, that we eliminate $64 million worth of expenditures on COLAs, if those do not come true, and we do not process the necessary layoffs on July 1st, which we all agree is very, very difficult to achieve anyway, and if we wait until January, that 64 becomes 128. And that 128 basically doubles the number of layoffs that would be necessary to occur. I don't envy you your choices. I guess is the bottom line.
Mr. Rosenau, one more issue in terms of how can you adopt a budget until those decisions are made.
Or at least better clarity so we know what we're dealing with in the real sense of the reality.
Well, unfortunately, I think you're in a position where you can't wait. You've got to at least you have to adopt a budget that has a plan that can be implemented. And for a couple of reasons, because, and I think Ray can confirm this, at our current rate of expenditures, even with the transbarring in July, we will be out of cash sometime in the spring. We have to bring down our rate of expenditures quickly and significantly now.
Yeah. Okay, and I want to stay with that, but I just want to go back one more thing to May 19th. If you're right about that, or the polls are right, that's an additional significant hit in what we expected, correct?
It is.
So we have to plan in our minds now, at least that reality, but couldn't we not wait until after the 19th to do that?
Well,
So
again,
we
by
know what
charter,
the
you
real
have to have a
truth is?
budget in place, but you have to adopt a budget by June 1st by charter.
Yeah.
Again, you're hearing it on the 18th. I think we're going to get some better sense. I think it's tomorrow or Friday when the governor is releasing sort of his contingency plans if the measures pass and if they don't pass. I'm suspecting that both plans are going to call for borrowing from local revenue. It's just going to be the extent to which they want to borrow.
Exactly, if I may, I mean,
Please.
I think what we're talking about at the state level is basically about $15 billion with basically all measures passing in 21 if they don't. Correct me if the numbers are wrong, but $15 billion, that's still a huge amount. And certainly we've been talking about the property tax. The state has borrowed money, has withheld money. We're talking about $26 million plus in gas tax for this year.
Right.
That's going to create an obligation if we're not paid that will hit our reserve fund. There is some severe impact because of the state's situation.
Yeah. If I could just go back to what you were saying. You said, for instance, one of the suggestion potentials. I'm not negotiating in public here with the unions, but I just want to have a better understanding, because unions will come after me with a comment I made, which was, let's get real, let's talk about how we can share the pain, let's talk about how we can get the 10%. And I got some really strong comments made to me. I'm a strong union warrior, but I don't want to lay off people that we need to do the mission. I don't want to furlough people that we need to do the mission. What are, in a general sense, so the public can understand this, other potential opportunities that might lessen the severity of our situation if we found ourselves in healthy discussions with unions? COLAs was one.
The variety of compensation issues in the city of Los Angeles are relatively straightforward. There's pension contribution, which we have legal issues associated with, which may take that off the table. And there's health care. We currently have a plan design which says we compensate for health care at the Kaiser family rate. That's in our MOUs, has been for as long as I've been here. And does it have to be there? No, it doesn't have to be there. It's an option. It can be considered. And all of those things drive costs. Within the labor contracts, there is the basic wage rate. Fundamentally, what drives compensation in the city of Los Angeles is the basic wage rate, and that's impacted by COLAs and by the base pay. So base pay could go down, COLA could not be implemented, temporary freezes can be done. We have a 5-step salary plan. We can hold people on salary steps. Assuming we get agreement, we could deal with our bonus issues. We have a significant volume of bonuses in our contracts. Those bonuses are directly on point related to the mission that our employees do. Do they have to be there in the level in which they're there at the moment? Maybe, maybe not, subject for negotiations. We have definitions of how we compensate with regards to overtime. Overtime is one of those areas where our definitions for how we compensate for overtime preceded the application of Fair Labor Standards to government. And now we have our definition of overtime, and then you have the Fair Labor Standards definition of overtime, and it works against us on a compensation basis. The options are basically every single item that's in an MOU. We could stop paying jury duty, for example, if we wanted to do that, but I think the courts would have a serious problem with us stopping doing that. But it's an option.
I appreciate all that, and that's the kind of discussion I think the people need to understand outside of this room are the serious aspects of it. Jerry, when you say a freeze for police and fire, would that impact the attrition rate? Would that impact maybe closing down, fire stations? What would that mean to public safety? Both, we're into the dry season again and the winds and all. What are we talking about when we say freeze of sworn?
Well, it absolutely would impact well, it wouldn't impact the attrition rate. It would clearly impact the force level. The attrition rate for PD is estimated at 520 officers for next year. The fire attrition rate is around 126. Now, specifically, the impacts of that on deployment, I really think police and fire would have to address that. But, make no mistake, there will be impacts. There will clearly be impacts. And Mr. Seja is right. It's a matter of priorities. But you need to pick the priorities you want to fund and not fund others. So, there will clearly be significant service impacts citywide on the budget, I think, that you put forward next year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your candor on that, too.
Let me just, before we move to the other portion of the report, but Jerry, could you explain on page 5 of 6 of your report what you mean when we talk about in the second paragraph, saving $65 million in 09-10 results in $120 million in the following year? What does that represent?
Well, this references to furloughing sworn officers rather than hiring freezes. The estimated total cost for both police and fire hiring for next year is $65 million. Mm-hmm. If you furloughed that, you would save the $65 million next year. But that 65 assumes that people are brought on monthly, through the police academy and et cetera. So the full year cost of that 65 is roughly double. It's actually 120. So if you furlough rather than stop hiring, then you've got the full year cost of all of those people that you've hired during the year that kick in 2011. That's where the 120 comes from.
Okay. And then also, you mentioned, I think, earlier about what are the main inconsistencies or costs in the sense of furloughs at the same time you're hiring? What is the conflict there as far as our budget and the resources that are on the street?
Well, make no mistake, furloughs also impact service levels because you have fewer people on duty. Now, the comparison of the two is very difficult because of different deployments employment plans, whether it's constant staffing or whether it's 312, or, it's difficult to make a hard comparison. But the fact of the matter is that a furlough is a reduction in force. It's a reduction in employee hours on the job.
Councilman, if I could just add, in terms of researching, we've done some research in terms of what other municipalities are doing relative to furloughs, and there are ways to maximize savings and minimize services. Just as a couple of examples, what's called furlough banking, where the reduction in the paychecks are taken throughout the pay periods, and employees essentially have additional days they can take off. And they have to use those furlough days before they use actual vacation days. So it minimizes, so in other words, they have another option that, for taking days off, and it adds to the number of days that they can take off. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the management and supervisors to determine what days are taken off as vacation days are done now. There are other options relative to if the decision was made by management to take people off of alternative work schedules where they have a regular day off already, that regular day off, which is now paid, can be an unpaid regular day off. So there are other options out there that could minimize the service disruptions that a furlough program would otherwise have.
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand the issue of the furlough and how it can be managed, but what I wanted to get into is what the inconsistency while you're doing that and taking people off the service level, at the same time you're hiring other people as it relates to your payroll. It appears to be inconsistent, that we're adding to the payroll while trying to cut the payroll.
That's correct. In essence, you're significantly increasing your future cost for a current day savings.
Okay, so you're reducing the cost, you're also adding to the pension plan, and you're adding to the medical.
That's right.
Okay. The other thing, could you explain why furloughs are a one-time benefit, unless you make it a permanent issue? Why is it a one-time benefit as far as the payroll, but had little or no impact on the medical and the pension?
Well, you're still making there is some impact on the pension, although you have to pay that at the back end, because your normal contribution is based on actually the salary. So, but yes, you continue to need to make your pension and health and benefits contributions for the employees, even if they're furloughed.
Okay, you still have to make those payments.
Right.
The other issue is that when we talk about the cash-based early retirement, where and how much, where would the money come from, and how much is proposed depending on increments of 500 people or 1,000 people that may leave?
Well, again, I think that depends on, I don't want to get into details on that.
But I'm just saying, give us an approximate in the sense of where would the money come from? Would we have to borrow it? Would it be coming from general fund?
Well, the money would have to come from the general fund, in essence, in some fashion, whether it could be structured as an annuity. The cash savings would have to be generated in order to make the cash payments to induce people to leave.
Okay, but when you say the cash payments would have to be generated, are we saying that has to come from another source, or are we dealing with the $4 billion general fund that we're about to talk about?
It would have to come from essentially the general fund.
Okay, so the issue being cash-strapped, if we went into this, is not without cost.
It is not without cost, but again, it
benefits.
It could be a great benefit because people leave much faster that way, and you reduce your payrolls quicker. So that's definitely a balancing act that you're going to have to evaluate.
But I want to make sure the public's aware that we're not just saying we're inviting people to retire. We're actually spending money to cause them to retire. Then they can get the benefits that they earn during their tenure in the city. So it's not a free issue if we're talking about enticing them.
There is a cost associated.
Okay. And so one thing, and I think, Ms. Grew, why don't you comment on for Monday what you'd like to see?
Okay. And just a comment, and I don't think we're in disagreement about that, but is that there is a cost to layoffs. as well, of things that we have to do. And I think that that is the balancing act when you look at cash payments versus layoffs. The concept is the cash payment is an ability to, as you've just indicated, Jerry, quicker, sooner, money savings. And I think that a lot of us feel as though that is we will gain more than lose more in the overall scheme if we can get people off the payroll by their own choice, and it still is a financial benefit to the city of Los Angeles. So I'd like, and as I indicated to Mr. Parks, for us to be able to actually vote on a plan for Monday. And to have it as in front of the City Council, that you come forward with what you would suggest in the targeting amounts, time period. We've discussed a short 30 days or something within that in which people would have to take advantage of it, that we adopt that as part of this budget at the beginning of the week.
So as far as CAO, CLA, on those instructions, would you have something that we could look at by Monday?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, and we could have some cost analysis of what that might be and where those dollars would come from.
And in that, if we don't meet the targets that we budget for, what is the money we got to put back in to achieve the failure to reach that number? 'Cause I think we need to know that on July 1st, if this plan hasn't worked, that we have to backfill that money somewhere.
I think maybe even and being fairly conservative on that, as we look at, again, the idea was that we look at our budget and be able to have some guesstimate, but within that 30 days, as you indicated, we could adjust.
Okay. And then, I think we've talked about this before, to the general public, no matter what's approved in the budget, the expectation is that weekly we'll continue the budget throughout the year as it relates to growing, depending on what the cash flow and the amount of things that occur outside of our control, we're going to have to go through an adjustment to the budget almost weekly. Is that kind of...
That's absolutely correct.
All right. Okay. Let me ask, is any other questions on the first 6 pages of the overall summary? Okay. Jerry, let me ask you one other question I forgot. On dealing with the hiring issue, tell us what the impact on the short and long-term pension costs, and particularly when we've gotten reports from the pension managers about the increased percentages over the next couple of years, jumping from 26% to 50% to 70-some%. What are those figures that we should be aware of or concerned about?
Well, I'm not...
If we add people to the payroll.
Okay, I don't have specific numbers for you, but yes, if you add people to the payroll, you are increasing your normal cost contribution. For civilians, it's currently 21.
Basically, the contribution rate next year for lasers is 19.5. With the 30% scenario, you're looking at going to about 28% for lasers in 2010-11, and it will continue to climb upwards of 40%. For pensions, we're paying 28%, almost 29% for next year. That, I believe, goes to close to 40%, and at the end of 4 or 5 years, we're looking at close to 75 to 80% on the dollar.
Okay, and these are for the 36,000 employees that we currently have, and it would just continue to move forward on any new hires.
Yeah, essentially in civilian, for every dollar you add in the salaries, you've got to add, now 21 cents and future, 35 to 40 cents for pensions, and in police, for every dollar you add for police and fire hiring, you have to add another 28 cents or 40 cents or 60 cents for the pensions.
Okay, and this is from the same general fund that we're going to deal with today.
Yes.
On your final comment before we go to the remaining report on the revenue, could you just kind of go over that again for the general public on what and where we've lost revenue and what the expectation is of, we hear people saying a recovery might occur in 2010, and others are saying 11 or 12, but I think it's important to talk about the revenue, where it's dropped, and then what our projections are over the next 2 to 3 years as far as if there's any recovery.
Sure. In terms of the projections for next year, what we consider, most people consider revenue, business tax, sales tax, property tax, license permits, fees and fines, etc. That's about $300 million less than what was projected at the start of this year. That's an enormous drop. There are, and I know Ray can get into specifics about some of the revenue projections, there certainly are projections that the recession is close to bottoming out, and there will be some recovery perhaps beginning of 2010. But there continue to be a lot of stresses on our revenues. There's a lag in property tax. We're just starting to get hit with the downward assessments on property taxes, and that won't recover until well after there's a turnaround in the economy. There's some concern that commercial property, which has not seen a big drop in value, is going to be the next area to fall off the cliff. People's purchasing habits and sales tax, etc., if job losses continue and if they're not seeing the values of the homes increase and the mentality is there not to consume and impact sales tax. So there is a lot of uncertainty. There is no growth expected for the following year, but 0.8.
Yes, actually, as Jerry indicated, we don't see any hope on the horizon. Certainly, most economists are looking at some sort of recovery in the third or fourth quarter of the current year, but as Jerry indicated, with our lags, we don't believe we're going to see any growth really until 11, 12. We'll see perhaps some positives in 2010, 11, but the property tax is going to drag whatever positives that we're hoping to see will more than offset those as we go through this assessment process. And unfortunately, bottom line, we are not going to grow ourselves out of this problem.
And this is our money in which we control that comes within our coffers. And then you mentioned earlier about the potential of the May revised and the elections coming up are compounding what we're not getting in the general fund.
That's correct.
All right. Any other questions on the first 6 pages? Okay, we go to page 1 of the attachment. And is that Lynn and Sharon or the Lynn and Sharon show?
Mr. Chair, would you like to take a moment to look at this and see page by page?
I think what we need to do is go page by page, because most of us got it just today. You're going to have to give those slow learners and slow readers a little opportunity and explain to it as you walk through it.
Okay.
Before you start, can I ask a question? Because these are some of the global recommendations that then become specific when we get to page 9, is that correct? So, yes. I guess, I don't, and then, because we're going to have duplication of things, i.e. if we look at 1290 is in both of these, so I don't know, Mr. Parks, how you want to do it, if it makes more sense and to go over starting on page 9 and then go back to the overall global policy, because there's some specifics.
Yeah. I think if I'm not mistaken, on 1290 that you're still trying to scrub that.
I'm just using that as an example, but I think there's also the police hiring issue, and there's some other things that are specific that
perhaps you'd like to start with page 2, because those begin our global recommendations, and there are some specific recommendations there.
What you might do that may be helpful as we go through the global, if you know that it attaches to a specific on another page, you can bring that to our attention and we can go back and forth. Okay, so we can start with page 1, and anything that, just like our memos, if it's something else attached, you can bring us to that additional page.
Let's see. Page 1 is basically just an overview of, it begins with what the mayor proposed to balance the $530 million budget gap. And again, it repeats some of the concerns that were in the cover report that was presented by the CLA. And then as you go on to page 2...
Can I ask a question on page 1 then? There's the AB 1290, there's the real property funds, that $3 million, what is that? You're saying that...
We're just saying that it's a policy issue as to whether the council would like to continue having the proceeds from any surplus property sales go into the general fund rather than revert to the process that had been historically in place.
I didn't see that as surplus property. That was my question as to what it was, the real property.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And then let me just ask on page 1, on the very last sentence, where we're saying, should significant changes occur, whether it is in the form of concessions or other cost reductions, the number of layoffs may be reduced. Should we have something in the fact that we're saying these would be permanent changes as opposed to 1 year? So we're talking about
should be.
Significant should be what, permanent?
Ongoing.
Okay, ongoing, significant ongoing permanent changes.
Structural changes.
Okay, all right.
On page 2, we recommend that you go ahead and implement the shared responsibility and sacrifice savings that the mayor has proposed, and that we pursue with labor any concessions that we might be able to get in order to mitigate layoffs that would otherwise be necessary.
Okay. And then also that would include what Ms. Gould mentioned earlier about the retirement issues and that we bring forward Monday.
Yes.
And then we'll talk about the police and fire as part of the other item. Is that correct?
And then could you explain on the the fifth paragraph what you're considering in the sense of the fire department and constant staffing and what those issues are?
We were suggesting here that the fire department look at what the critical positions are in order to be constantly staffed. Right now, we believe that there are positions that are not as critical as some others that are being constant staffed. And that really drives up the overtime costs and naturally the salary costs, the labor costs of fire. And we would like them to take a look at changing their operation so that we can operate more in a more streamlined fashion.
So that's a report back from the fire department?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the second asterisk...
Sharon wanted to comment.
Just one point with regard to the fire department. They do have about $36 million as part of the shared sacrifice. We don't think it makes sense to furlough firefighters, so part of that recommendation went to looking at their constant staffing and reducing the fixed post positions as opposed to actually imposing furloughs on firefighters.
And that fixed post position would cut down on the overtime?
That's correct. It would be looking at the total number of fixed post positions that the fire department would need on any given day.
Because if you just went with the furlough option, you would basically be increasing your constant staffing costs if you don't reduce the number of posts that you're constantly staffing.
So you're saying basically, and I see Mr. McCosker there, that if we sculpture more carefully constant staffing, that you're reducing overtime options for a lot of those firefighters, but you're not furloughing them.
That's
all of them.
That's
all of them.
That's true.
Okay.
And that you're going to just come back and have suggestions. There's no adoption of a particular plan there.
No, but in order to achieve the savings that's been counted by the mayor's office, something will need to be done with regard to the fire reduction of $36 million.
Okay. And then on page 2, that last asterisk, remove uncertain revenues.
Yes.
That refers back to page 1 on the budget gap revenues?
Yes. These are revenues that have been included in the proposed budget that depend upon other actions being taken that are outside of the council and mayor's control. And at this point, it would be, we consider them at risk.
Okay.
You got to be more specific on that. So, because that's only $8 million that you're taking away, correct? And so when I read it, I thought the whole thing was being taken out.
No, I'm sorry. It's just the $8 million that we won't be getting in 2009-10. We'll be getting it over time, that $8 million, but we will be getting the 36 next fiscal year.
Councilman, if we can back up a little bit, as part of the sale agreement with the purchaser, as you know, with the economy and the condition that it is in, they originally offered to purchase it for $44 million up front, and because of the inability for them to get financing, they have agreed to pay the $44 million, but the first payment would be $36 million, and then they would pay the remaining $8 million over time. So the mayor's proposed budget counted an entire 44. We're not getting 44 in 09-10.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is, you've explained that, it's a footnote. Anybody else reading this, you just read it, and it sounds like you're taking the whole thing out, but I understand that.
That if you could just, Sharon, what you described to me for what the $95 million equals $80 million for the parking structure, parking meter cost, the $8 million for Mangrove,
And $10 million for AB 1290.
$10 million for AB 1290.
And the parking assets was actually 77.
And then my final question's on page 2, on that third paragraph where we're talking about, and I think to show the depth of the issue, if police fire are left out of the shared responsibility, what would that equate in civilian layoffs?
If sworn was not included, the civilian layoffs would be about 4,900 employees.
Okay. And when we talk about shared responsibilities, that's primarily those issues that can be negotiated with the unions as opposed to that the council of the mayor can invoke on them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Page 3.
In the first bullet on page 3, we're recommending that, again, if management negotiations with labor are not concluded with options for shared sacrifice and definite agreement on how the shared sacrifice savings would be achieved, that on June 1, Personnel Department be instructed to begin the actions necessary to lay off the number of employees necessary to achieve a balanced budget. Again, it takes over 6 months, in all likelihood, to process that many layoffs, but if you don't start as early as you can, you're just not going to be able to achieve sufficient savings. And the longer people stay on the payroll, the more people you're going to end up having to lay off. So this 4,900 number assumes that the people that you're laying off would be leaving by December 1st.
Okay. And in your note there, it shows up to 4 furlough days.
Yes, that was included in the mayor's letter that he issued, I believe it was yesterday.
And is it...
And we included, the mayor's letter included up to 4.
The mayor's letter included 26 furlough days, which would result in 1 per pay period.
And we're recommending 2 per month.
2 per... Not per... No. Yeah, your language should not be in months, because we don't pay in months.
It should be pay period.
Pay periods.
So the difference between, I'm sorry, just so I understand this too, because the mayor was proposing 26, and the CLA is suggesting doubling that.
Yes.
Possibly. Up to.
And also give us a dollar figure. Each one represents...
Each civilian furlough day equates to about $4 million.
So the issue is if this went forward to the fullest of 4, up to 4 per month, then what would we retrieve?
It'll be basically 1 per week.
Okay, what would be the dollar value we retrieve?
$200 million.
Because that's up to 4.
And that equates to a 20% pay cut then?
That's correct. And primarily that is there just in case there are no concessions, if the reductions are going to be taking all on the civilian side. So those are all the possibilities. We're not saying that it's going to be 4 days. We're saying up to 4. It could be 2. It was just...
Could be 1.
Could be 1.
Could be none.
Could be 0, right.
But in the worst case scenario, if everything's pushed onto this only alternative, that's what it does.
And these are general fund dollars we're talking about.
On the third diamond, allowing for the adoption of involuntary reduced work schedules, did the state get sued on that same issue? And how is that different for us?
The state was sued and prevailed.
Pardon me?
The state was sued and prevailed.
Prevailed. So they prevailed. But there was a lawsuit on that, and the state prevailed.
Maybe the city attorney can respond, or somebody on the CAO's labor, but it's my understanding that the labor unions requested a restraining order on the implementation, and they did not receive that restraining order.
Okay, so from a legal perspective, our city attorney has advised us that it is legal for us to implement that.
I think our legal advisors will always say there's nothing free from doubt.
Yeah. City attorney, have you had a chance to review this?
We have to go into closed session.
I have not personally reviewed it, but I know that the actions have been put together with the advice from our labor relations attorneys. And it may have been that it's not entirely clear, but that we believe that it can go forward.
And the intention is to bring forward additional information. These were just instructions, and the intent is to bring forward more information on what exactly these 2 items mean.
Okay.
So that's what you mentioned the other day about special 1 and 2 for Monday?
Yeah, it is our hope that the city attorney, in looking in these 2 recommendations, will actually be presenting the documents that will be necessary for council to adopt, and we can review them on Monday. The plan is for them to transmit it so it can be attached to the council file, and we can consider it at that time. This is just action to actually begin the process of adopting the necessary language that would permit us to do this.
Okay.
We actually believe that we have the authority to do it as well, so.
And that's based on our civil service rules and the charter?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Okay. On the 200 million or the 100 million, whatever it's going to be, in your recommendation, since we have just been looking at this since we got it close to 2, whatever time it was, I mean, you got it to as quick as we've tried to get you all the information. But the balancing recommendations that you have, did it include furloughs as part of it? Do you have an amount in the other items where there's an increase in funding?
Not quite sure I understand the question, but...
Here's, if we were talking about, we talked about retirement, that's going to be X amount of dollars. We hope if we do that, we adopt this cash, that's going to be X amount of millions of dollars. Here, how many furloughs we're suggesting at the least amount would be X amount, and here's how many layoffs, and then that gets you down to your budgeted item. In this document that you prepared, I don't think I see a line item for furloughs specifically, so that when you are suggesting that we will have to lay off 49, whatever that number is, depending upon sworn or not sworn, that does not include any funding we would receive by instituting furloughs.
Well, the scenario that I presented in the cover report with 800 layoffs and the hard freeze on sworn hiring assumed there would be 26 furlough days for civilian employees, and the total of that would be $104 million.
Okay, so it does in the, I just couldn't see it in the actual document, but you're saying it's in the first 2 pages that you say that that's the bottom line on that. So 800 layoffs
800 layoffs, 26 furlough days for each civilian employee, and the hard hiring freeze on police and fire, and making up the balance of the shared responsibility and sacrifice reductions for sworn through other means such as reducing overtime and constant staffing and deployment mechanisms.
Okay. So the only thing not included in your cover letter then is that cash, the early retirement formula part of it.
Exactly. To the extent you get early retirement, then it's a policy decision about applying that to either reducing layoffs, hiring, et cetera.
Reducing furloughs, whatever it may be. But yours, although you're asking for the authority for 4, your budget that you put forward suggests 2 per pay period.
Yes.
2 per month.
2 per month. One per pay period. Yes.
Thank you.
One thing, let me ask
Can I just clarify a point? The 800 are on top of the 400 layoffs that are already in the proposed budget, so it would be a total of 12.
Thank you.
Let me ask our pension expert to come up. Let me just ask the one question so everybody's aware. On the pension... on the pension, when we're talking about the potential for cash incentives, when you said it has to be specific or directed, that also means in the number of people that you could absorb in that program.
The discussion around a cash-based severance issue is designed on the concept of targeting, so that we target to the positions that are potentially going to be eliminated. It doesn't make a lot of sense to target a refuse collection truck operator, for example, where we would guarantee that we would backfill that job, so we would pay somebody to leave and we'd backfill and we would accrue no savings. So we can target specific to where we expect to see positions being eliminated in the budget. So in the ideal case, your targeting list should match your layoff list.
Okay, but when you say targeted, there's also a cap. You're not in a position to talk about that you're going to have literally tens of thousands of people.
No, we can target specific to classifications, and then we can limit within classifications as well.
But overall, there's a cap.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on page 3.
The next one is to institute a hard hiring freeze. And again, we'd like to just make it clear, we don't mean, the only exceptions would be the DNA positions. The money would stay in the department, as well as the positions. Fully grant or special funded positions, or unique positions that there's just one classification and you can't hire from other departments laterally, like traffic officer or tax auditor.
Okay, does that connect to another?
Oh, I'm sorry, and just to clarify that if they're fully grant or special funded, the money would stay in the department as well as the position authorities. Yeah, as long as they're unique positions.
Okay. Does this connect with another page, or is this by standalone?
We tried we tried to unduplicate.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Okay. And then we further recommend on that you use the same procedure that you have in place now, where the CAO staff does a recommendation as to the critical necessity of the position, and then the CAO will bring forward their recommendation to representatives of the mayor's office and the CLA on behalf of the council, and there must be a unanimous decision as to whether to let the position be filled. If it's not one of the types of positions that I mentioned before. And then if they are able to be filled, that they first hire someone from another department so that we can mitigate layoffs.
Okay.
Councilman, I think this actually does tie into to the sworn hiring item, because the hiring freeze would apply to the sworn, and it directly applies to what's being proposed as far as the cost savings being identified in this report.
Let me ask you, one of the things that I don't think we asked you during the budget, there was a priority in the mayor's budget to talk about shared sacrifice. What was the consideration on the fallback position if those negotiations were not forthcoming with that level of response?
I think the letter that the mayor has submitted to council yesterday identifies what some of those fallback positions were, additional layoffs and furloughs. You just heard that $100 million is equivalent to the 26 days that we are proposing, and that the CLA is also an agreement that needs to start, and that would eventually cover the shared sacrifice portion on the civilian side.
Okay. Let me ask you, when we went through the budget and found every department had a shared sacrifice, and I think on the police it was $100 million. If the shared sacrifice negotiations did not pan out, what was the expectation of covering that $100 million?
And I don't want to go into too much into the negotiations here, because I'm not one of the people at the table.
Just tell us what we can stand.
But I think, the fact that there are open contracts for the sworn, that puts us in a different position than for the civilians. There's absolutely nothing that we can do, as was stated, to make them give up anything.
I know, but I'm saying that I just want to know, was there a fallback position if nothing came through the negotiation of how that $100 million is going to be dealt with?
I think one of the fallback positions on the sworn negotiations is that if we could come to an impasse, and then the council and mayor can decide
I understand. Let me go back. All I want to know, is there a position of how you were going to address the $100 million recommendation in the budget if the negotiations did not pan out? Was there a shift of that $100 million to civilians? Was it to, how is that going to be filled, that hole in the budget going to be filled if you had no success on the negotiation?
I think I still think that furloughs are a possibility with sworn. That's
furlough of sworn officers?
I think that should be something that should be considered, and I'm saying that because of some of the research that we've done, where there are ways to institute furloughs that minimize service impacts. And I gave you a few examples earlier.
Was there a figure that you came up with if you had to go strictly with furloughs and no shared responsibility? How many positions just in the police department?
Well, at the end, the same number, 26, applies to on the sworn side as well.
Okay, so you would cover the $100 million with 26 furlough days a year?
Yes, it's the 10% reduction that constitutes shared responsibility and sacrifice would equal 26 furlough days, whether it's civilian or sworn.
And the CLA's budget does not include swornness of furloughs, is that correct, in your furlough calculations? Your 26 days that you did not consider sworn in that. So that's where the difference.
Yeah. I'm just curious, if 26 days were to be something you would suggest, how you tell a police officer you have to take off, but yet we're hiring more cops? How does that work?
At the end of the day, you're providing more services. Yes, that individual may have to take off some days, but you're building the police force.
No, and the second part of it is, what about the overtime factor then when you make them do furloughs? A cop arrests somebody, 3 days are up, and he's got to go to court and do these other things. Wouldn't that also increase overtime?
I believe so, it would.
So how do we know if we'll have any cost savings at that point?
Cost savings relative to the furlough?
Yeah.
Well, it's...
And those are my two questions. If the furlough might mean more overtime, and if the furlough might not be received by the rank and file now, hey, you're going to lay me off, but at the same time you're going to hire more cops. Both of those are tough.
They are tough, but I would say that people take vacation days now. People are, take sick days now. So it would be a matter of taking those similar days. Maybe they have to take the furlough days before they actually are able to take any of those other days. It's, those are the options that can be explored.
How can you tell somebody you can't take a sick day until you take a furlough day?
Well, I would rather say you can't take a vacation day until you take a furlough day.
And to the CLA, their suggestion is that hiring 40 new cops equates to the same amount of money as a furlough day? I don't get that kind of calculation. Are those numbers even close?
I don't know if we can speak to that calculation. All we looked at was in terms of the overall hiring plan, and with the attrition of officers, that equated to roughly $50-some million. And if the hiring were paused, if we did have a freeze on sworn hiring, that $50 million could be used towards the shared sacrifice number, therefore having less impact on the officers that are currently with us, as opposed to imposing additional concessions on our existing officers at the expense of new officers.
And to Mr. Rosenthal's comments, I had a meeting with a number of police officers last Friday, and that was the very same sentiment they said to me. He said, we're willing to take a zero pay increase this year. We're willing to take 0% COLA. Just how do you explain to me I got to take days off without pay so you can hire more cops? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's what the cops are telling me. So
but I don't think they understood that what's being proposed now is that they would lose 520 of their fellow officers.
Oh, no, they fully understand that. They understand that, believe me.
And I think what needs to be said is that, this proposal...
Those are 500 officers going out the door anyway. We're just not going to replace them is the question. They understand that.
Yes, okay. And I think what needs to be said is that would take our force down to what it was in December 2006, 9428, as opposed to where we are now.
If you wanted to start this debate now, I'm happy to, but, come on. Look at our crime rate. It's down to 1950 levels. You want to go back to the police department of 5,000? That would be, if you want to follow that logic.
I think the police department is probably best equipped to answer those questions about it.
Well, you're the one that posed it.
I did pose it because, I think that needs to be stated in terms of where we would end up after the attrition. If the attrition is left to take its course on the police hiring, we're going to end up, and this is a fact, we're going to end up to where we were on December 2006.
And I understand that. And tell me, what's the magic number 10,000? What happened? At 10,000, is it like a football game, the game's over and all the bad guys give up because we hit 10,000? What's so magic about this number 10,000 that you have to reach it?
I don't think there is magic to that number.
There isn't. And I'll tell you what, I was reading a document the other night, dated 1960. I'm doing a little research on the city council on a book I'm writing. And there's a statement in there by the chief of police saying, in 1960, Parker, the guy that a lot of people don't believe is a chief anymore or something, but anyway, that's another argument. Parker said in 1960 to the city council, we need 10,000 police officers. We had a population of 2 million back there. We need more cops. There's nothing magical about this number that the mayor has chosen of 10,000. Nothing happens at 10,001 that ain't going to happen at 9,500. The cops are doing a great job out there. Crime is down. It's a great success story. Nothing happens at 10,001 that we're going to raise the flag and have a celebration because we hit this magic number and something happened to the world out there. The fact of the matter, what happened to the world out there is that the economics collapsed. And we can't afford 10,000. Your CAO said that. Your CLA said that.
But, at the end of the day...
This is the end of the day.
Well, I'll make the statement again. Is that what's being decided here, or what's being proposed, is a prioritization of other services above public safety. And that's a matter of fact, is that there are add-backs to this, there are multiple add-backs being proposed here. And in a sense, you're saying that these add-backs are more important than attrition than filling the attrition gap that's going to be created in the police and fire departments as well. Both departments, police and fire.
What I'm saying, and what the CLA said, is that we can't afford this hiring plan. It is going to bankrupt us. That is not the end of the day, that is the end of the world.
Let me just say one thing, and I think it gets overlooked. When we're talking about the civilian employees who happen to fix computers and build radios and pave streets and fix lights and keep police stations open. Without them, 8,000 to 10,000 officers would make it no difference if they can't get in their cars and drive them, if they can't communicate over the radios, if the lights don't work in the street. So there's got to be some regard for the support that's required. And when we're talking about 4,000 civilian employees being taken off the payroll, who's going to do those support functions for the police department and the fire department? Because they certainly can't maneuver and decide they're going to drive the car and fix it. They can't put the radios in them. I mean, so that's the issue about the services that basically support their ability to go out into the field. Without that, who does it? So when you say we're putting priorities over it, in most instances they're supporting either in the community or within the city the ability for them to perform.
You're right. There's a lot of support functions that not only help the police department and fire departments function, but the entire city, the entire city operations. There's no question about that. And what the mayor proposed was essentially revenue sources that we feel would help keep some of those other positions available, as well as the police and fire positions that are being contemplated being cut here.
A quick question. How much are we adding in add-backs? I think I saw 15 million, right? Is that it? 15? 1.5. Right. So with all due respect, Ben, $15 million does not get you the 520, okay? So to suggest that the add-backs are the reason for that, I'm with you on the 520, but that is not a fair response to that, because the 15 million, some of which were problems that the budget that was presented to us. So now I think the issue, and I respect my colleagues in the position, whether we're hiring 520 officers or we're hiring other positions, the issue is not the position of whether it's fire or police or support services. It's just the number of positions. Now, police are a little bit more expensive and have some costs associated with it, but it's the number of positions that we have. So if you look at the fact that we have seen the lowest crime rate in years, that from my perspective, a lot of that is due to an increase in the number of officers that we have had out there, that 522 in Toulouse. And I think that, Mr. Smith, I've heard both sides. I've heard some officers, and we haven't talked specifically furloughs, but they do want to make sure that we have enough officers on the street, that they have felt we have made enormous progress by having additional officers that we have hired and have increasing the force. And that may not be universal, but that's some of the officers that I have spoken to, that they appreciate that fact. But I just want to make that statement. That 15 million that we're adding, probably, 10 or 11 of it is what was added back from this council, but not necessarily from the mayor's office on that piece. And I think that we are making choices on the issue of public safety versus other positions, and that is not a comfortable position for all of us to be in at all. But I would hope that the mayor's office would be looking at something other than furloughs as an option within the police department in some of their structuring and finding a portion of that $100 million, and that it is not incumbent upon the rest of the city to accomplish that $100 million. I don't think, in my perspective, it is mutually exclusive to be able to keep to that attrition rate and ask the department to find some of those additional dollars.
And the truth of the matter is, what we're asking the labor unions for assistance there, because going back to our shared responsibility and sacrifice, that's where we really want to get these dollars from.
The fear is you want to make sure that it is shared sacrifice among all of them. And we don't know on any of the levels, whether it be police, fire, or the coalition of unions, what those concessions are yet. And I think what you've heard from Mr. Smith is, and others, and we hear from the other, is the coalition going to be the only one assuming the shared sacrifice? and where's the other sacrifice that we're seeing? And it is antithetical to say furloughs of officers when you're still hiring, and how we balance that. And I'm not sure you can answer that question today.
We are assuming in this budget 4,900 layoffs? Or we're just giving you the, what's the number? How many? 1,200. And that would give us a balanced budget?
1,200 layoffs, 26 furlough days for every civilian employee, and a freeze in police and sworn hiring, and making up the balance of the sworn shared responsibility and sacrifice through other means gets you a balanced budget.
On the first diamond, the first diamond, that will give the authority, beginning June 1st, if negotiations have not been completed, to begin the layoffs of the 1,200.
Yes.
The 400 of that 1,200, you've already given Personnel Department to begin to put together the displacement scenario.
There's 1,100. So would we need those 1,100 layoffs to balance this budget?
In addition to the other things that Mr. Miller indicated.
Okay. And if we were to add the public safety personnel, the sworn officers, the 40 that we're looking at, that is, and you haven't included that in your budget here, we would need to find that money elsewhere.
Yes.
Can we find that through negotiations between now and... we don't know, right? Because we don't know if the early retirement, how much are we going to receive from a possibility of doing an early retirement. An early retirement could possibly yield us a lot more money than we can yield from these layoffs that are being proposed.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, I've not heard any scenario where any sort of, at least the cash incentive program on the table is going to generate the $119 million total in the sworn portion of the shared responsibility and sacrifice. The most optimistic I've heard, it would generate less than half of that, first of all. Okay.
Less than half of that.
Less than half of that. And also, the cash-based incentive program, I think it goes back to Ms. Gruhl's point of shared responsibility and sacrifice. Obviously the cash incentive program is not going to apply to sworn. So is the sworn shared responsibility and sacrifice nut to make going to be made by civilian employees, whether through layoffs or a cash-based incentive to leave, or is it going to be made through the sworn?
So it'd be very difficult to predict at this time whether an early retirement program will yield sufficient dollars to both avoid layoffs and support public safety personnel that had been proposed to be added?
Yes, I see no scenario where, again, the cost of adding the positions in sworn is $65 million. Okay, so I see no scenario where a cash-based incentive or even an early retirement package that had been discussed would generate enough savings to avoid any layoffs and allow you to hire police and fire.
Okay. I think I agree with Mrs. Gruhl's proposal to come back on Monday to do see what an early retirement proposal will look like. I think that's worth exploring. And I also want to, as we continue this discussion, we're just on the third page. We haven't even gotten to the specific items. But I also want to express that I know that we are prioritizing through this procedure what are our priorities, and public safety is a priority for the city. It's been said over and over, and particularly in my district, where we are at all-time lows in terms of crime. However, there is still a huge need, in my opinion, to keep them at levels, to keep them at these levels. I was just at a community meeting last night in Boyle Heights, but we still are looking at homicides where, relatively speaking, those areas are not getting the same type of safety as the rest of the city in terms of numbers, and we still feel those effects. And it's surprising, and I'm happy that even given the downturn in the economy, we haven't seen our crime rates go up as would be predicted at a theoretical level. But at the same time, I know that throughout my district and other low-income neighborhoods, we are still asking, the constituents are still asking for more officers in their communities. And if you ask me, or I know we did somebody did a poll with asking constituents what they would like to see, public safety still ranks up there. I'm hoping that through this process we would kind of try to figure out where that could be possible. So I'm just, see, look, we are right now expressing what our priorities are, and I want to put that out there. And also, I think the early retirement portion instead of layoffs on Monday, I hope we could resolve that as well.
Councilman, I don't think anybody's arguing with you that public safety is not a priority. That is not the issue here. The issue is we are giving you the only options that are within your control in order to balance this budget without relying on other people having to make the right decision. That's all we're trying to do. We need to have a balanced budget. You don't have time to wait. If you wait, the number of layoffs is just going to increase tremendously. Just let me finish by saying Mr. Miller indicated the other day that the CLA's office back in the early 80s, we lost about 50% of our staff because we did not take a 5% cut beginning in July. By the time the cuts came, which was in November, that was the equivalent of 50% of the CLA's office, and we lost half of our staff, and everybody else that was left took a pay grade demotion. So I'm just saying that's not the issue here, that we're not arguing that public safety is not important. It's just that we're trying to give you a plan to balance this budget with tools that are within your control and within the time frame that you have to make this budget balance.
If I may just add just one more comment. I would urge you to think long and hard as you go through this, because as we've indicated before, these very, very difficult decisions, we're talking about them today, we're going to talk about them Monday, we're talking about them throughout the year. But certainly, a year from now when we're talking about the budget for 2010-11, I guarantee you we'll be discussing the same issues, and we'll be going through the same process trying to determine how many layoffs we are going to implement.
Okay, let me just ask as we go through page 3, I think it's on the last 3 bullets. One of them, I believe, the second to the last is new, that we're asking that the council have an involvement as opposed to in the past.
Yes. Throughout your committee hearings, we heard that your committee wanted to be able to control hiring and just take the lead on being able to make the decisions on position authorities so that to help departments stay within the budgets that they're approved to have. So one of the ways to do that was to have the council authorize substitute positions for which departments are not holding other positions vacant. If the departments are holding other positions vacant, then we believe the CAO can go ahead and approve those substitute positions. But in the cases where there are not other vacant authorities being held for a substitute, we would recommend the council have that approval, because that has the potential to increase the department's expenditures beyond their budgeted funds.
Does this also include bringing people on in contracts or bringing them back after retirement? Does that fit in that category?
It's basically only if we need a substitute authority to carry them. Given what's being proposed, it would be very, very difficult for departments to find a vacant position to keep vacant in order to bring someone back on contract.
All right. And then the other issue, the last bullet, just explain on that area, that recommendation.
Again, there was concern from your committee hearings that in some cases, the city accepts grant awards and the match requirement is not discussed, or the city ends up matching more than what's actually required in the grant and expanding the services provided. This recommendation is to try to put a cap on the city's general fund hit for providing grant-funded services.
Maybe I'm on the wrong, on page 3, on the last one is dealing
Oh, I'm
with
sorry.
UB and the new resolution.
Yes, this came from your committee hearing, that all new and regular and resolution authorities that are new to the budget, not continuing positions, that the funding and the authority should be placed in the unappropriated balance. We heard that on a number of occasions throughout your hearings. And again, this would not apply to DNA positions or fully grant or special funded positions. But it would give an opportunity for the CAO and the CLA again to come and do a review on the necessity of those positions and to make sure that funding is actually there for those positions.
Let me just ask, on the bottom of page 3, is there a sentence missing?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me read the last one, the last sentence. Further instruct the CAO and CLA to evaluate each position to determine immediate and ongoing necessity of such positions and make recommendations to council, including transfer of funds from the unappropriated balance to departments for salary costs.
Okay. All right, so that's on the last bullet of page 3.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll go to page 4, and that's where the grant issue was.
Yes.
Let me just ask, have we made any progress on the electronic monitoring of grants? Is that somewhere addressing how we're going to... I understood somebody was creating something for the stimulus package, but are we also looking at it for grants in general?
Well, certainly we're in the final stages of that, presenting a report to do a pilot program. But you did mention sort of electronic reporting system. We actually have been using eCivis. It's a program that we've used in the past to actually apply for and track some of the grant expenditures. I do know that ITA is looking very closely at potential, what I'll call a long-term solution. I don't think eCivis is going to be that long-term solution. It's basically something that we're using now, but as we go forward, we're going to have a better package once ITA is done with their analysis.
We'd just like to make that a priority, because I don't know if we'll recover the savings we think or the efficiencies that we're talking about on that first bullet if we do not have an ability to track. And so that's absolutely essential. And it's not quite the grants unit, but it's the issue of trying to put grants under one umbrella. So if we can make a priority of getting ITA, that's absolutely essential as we move forward and looking at grants and such throughout the year.
The next recommendation on page 4 is, again, what we heard from your committee, that you would like the CAO and CLA to work together with departments that comprise 90% of the city's liability expenditures, and those departments include animal services, building and safety, general services, planning, recreation and parks, transportation, fire, police, Board of Public Works, Engineering, Sanitation, and Street Services, with the goal of setting up liability budgets for them to manage to, as well as review with them procedures that they have in place to first prevent and minimize liability exposure, as well as how they handle cases where a legal action does come or a claim, and how they hold employees responsible and try to correct the situation.
Okay.
The following bullet is...
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, first of all, for putting that in there. And as we know, the Controller's Office came out with a risk management report that we hope to create a more comprehensive risk management system throughout the city. And we had a discussion on this item in the budget process, and we realized that this is a first step in adding, well, a step, not a first step. There's been some other steps that have already been taken, but this is a step in adding to that. And we would hope that by the year 2010-11, we would have a line item for each of these departments on their litigation budget. So I don't know, we need to add language in there, or to say that by 2010-11, we hope to have a line item for each of these departments on their litigation amount.
And does that, the motion that Jose and I did, I think this is what incorporates all that, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the expectation is to do the study and evaluation, and then look at future budget times as to whether departments should have a litigation budget. So I think this is step one. And then the next two deal with future employees.
Yes, the next two, again, follow up on the idea of the need for a new pension tier for new employees coming in. It wouldn't affect existing employees. I'm sorry, the first one. But you also want the goal to be for cost containment and long-term sustainability, so that we can at least try to have a new tier for employees coming in the future.
Okay.
And the next bullet.
If I may, I would actually, certainly we have put together initial draft for a new tier. I would just let you know that we're going to probably need an actuarial study to go through, try to present to you basically some estimated long-term benefits. With your instruction, we'd be happy to go ahead and initiate that study as soon as possible. That way we can get you the information back as soon as possible.
Is this the second bullet you're referencing from the bottom?
This is basically about a new tier for LACERS, for civilian employees.
Yeah, we need that. And then I think the other one is what we referred to during the budget discussion, or the type of scenarios that's in the second to the last bullet, that can give us some idea of how all of this menu of options come about, and what we can save, and what the timeline it would take to do them. That would, I think, help somewhat as we go through the budget discussions as to how real some of these are and how quick and urgent they are.
Okay.
Last bullet.
The two tiers. The firefighters brought to me, they're concerned that if you have two firefighters at a fire, and they're both in harm's way, one has one program, the other one has another program, that it is an issue. Have we looked at other fire departments around the country and police departments in this whole questioning there? It's easier, obviously, for the LACERS, but it's the fire and police where you get into some politics. And I'm also told you need a charter change to even consider it. So I'm just wondering if this is, why it's in there like that.
Yes, basically for sworn employees, we would need a charter change to go to a new tier for all new employees. That is something that will have to be discussed. But the existing program that we do have now, this is Tier 5, where basically after 33 years you get 90% of your salary. I know we implemented that back 2001, 2002, because many agencies across the state actually were implementing a similar program. I have to tell you, it's basically, if you look at our numbers going in the out years and going to perhaps 80%, that is driven by the cost of that Tier 5, where we have roughly about 85% of employees are in that tier, and it's not sustainable.
And for police and fire, how do you deal with that?
That's for police and fire, yes.
And we have had different tiers. We've had Tier 2 and Tier 3 at the same time. It's not particularly unusual to have, because you cannot take away a pension benefit. If you find that your pensions system needs to be reined in some fashion, it needs to apply to new employees. So it is not unusual to have multiple tiers within a pension system.
Even for police and fire?
Yes.
One thing, let me ask, and I don't know when the last time we got up, I'm sorry.
No, are you doing the last one yet, or you're not there yet?
No.
Okay.
When we had the last report, as we go through that new tiers and such and those two items, one of the things I think would be helpful too is some evaluation of the 6 or 7 years in drop, whether that has paid dividends or not, or whether, and we said it was cost neutral 5 or 6 years ago, and I don't know whether we still say that now. And just as we're throwing all these things in, we need to throw that one in also as part of that evaluation.
The last bullet on page 4 is a request that the CAO provide you the most up-to-date cash flow projections, not only for 09-10, but the 2 fiscal years beyond, to the best that they can do that because of the anticipated problems that we are facing.
And that would just, I would add one other potential head-on, the Controller's Office as part of that recommendation. To do it with the CAO and Controllers in conjunction, so just to add that.
You know, the one thing, and I think for all of us, particularly in this time, I think what the intent of that was is also more routinely update, because I think we get a semi-annual from the Controller's Office, but I think what the real intent was to work together and get something far more routine so that we're aware of it almost as though it's real time, because I think that's going to be as critical as budget shortfalls and loss of revenue is, do we have enough cash to continue the operation? I think even last year, didn't we drop reserve fund, significantly below where we felt comfortable? And I think the issue there is that's what we need to know when that's occurring.
Okay. On page 5, we basically have 2 financial policies that are not new to you, but the first one is Budget Stabilization Fund. You adopted this policy and concept last year. We're capitalizing it this year with $2 million from the contingency, it's going to be part of the reserve fund. And so it will have $2 million in it. And then the other one is the annual fee study, which is the idea that departments come back annually to make sure that they're achieving full cost recovery, and it's a requirement that they come back every year by January.
On the first one, and as the person that brought forward this concept, I'm fully supportive of seeing it capitalized in some form, but at this time in our budgetary problems, should be taking $2 million out of a easier-to-reach fund and putting it in a harder-to-reach fund, because I think the theory behind budget stabilization was to take extra money that you get above revenue streams at bad years and hold it for good years and hold it for bad years. Well, this is the bad year, so we're kind of putting it in a fund that we want to take right back out. I'm just wondering if the $2 million, I'd love to see it $10 million. And I think if we had this in place since 2000, we probably would have $300 to $400 million in there. But we don't. So is it wise anyway to take $2 million today and to create that fund, or the $500,000, $100,000? Just I want it memorialized so we see it's on our radar screen forever, But the dollar amount kind of scares me.
That was the whole purpose of
Yeah.
providing some money in there. And this is coming from the contingency, which is least restrictive. But, you can modify it to $1 million. It was more just to get it on the books so that we at least started, we adopted it in concept last year, didn't capitalize it, and so it kind of got lost, and so we just want to make sure that at least on a
And I
go-forward
appreciate that, and I thank Mr. Parks for saying, let's do that. I'm not so sure taking $2 million now to do that is the best idea. Maybe $500,000 would still create, you see it on the line item, it's there, it's in our minds, but leave that money where we can access it much easier, I think.
Is there any risk on the bonding agencies or anything like that as far as putting in this kind of a stabilization fund?
Yeah, it's still on our balance sheet. It's just...
It's the money, they'll look at the reserve fund as a whole, and so they'll see the entire amount, so.
Did you have an amount to suggest?
And like I said, I'd rather put $100 million in there, but I'm trying to be realistic here. I'd rather keep that in accounts that we can see where easily, I'd just keep it in the regular reserve for now and put $500,000 in there or something, just so it's a placeholder, but we're not going to jump. We may jump to take $2 million real fast, $500,000. We're going to not worry about it as much, I think.
Okay.
But thank you.
Okay, any other questions on page 5?
On page 6, this is a continuation of the periodic financial reporting that the CAO has. It's instructing that it be continued in most part. Page 7.
Let me just ask on page 6, with all the things that you mentioned there regarding revenue and such, should we also note cash flow again, or is it sufficient as we stated on page 4?
I'm sorry. You said yes.
Is it sufficient on page 4? Okay.
Right. Okay. And so page 7 is, again, a continuation of what you've got in place. Page 8 is just telling you how you're doing with regard to the financial policies that you already have in place right now. The reserve fund, if you adopt the recommendations as we've presented them in this report, will increase the reserve by almost $67 million, up to $259 million, or 5.8% of the general fund.
Let me ask you just mechanics. If we approve the report, then in future listing of the reserve fund would have the rainy day fund in it. So you're reporting the reserve fund as it is today.
The rainy day fund would be part of the reserve.
I know what you're saying, but in this line on page 8?
Yes, we could continue, add a description of how much money
I'm just
is in
wondering,
there
do we
as well.
adopt the other page and then it becomes a part of the reserve fund? Is that what we're saying? I'm just trying to figure out, because it's not mentioned here on page 8.
I would think it should be part of the emergency.
It would become a part of the reserve fund.
Okay, so we got to adopt it first
Yes.
for it to then be reported as such.
In the future.
All right.
Isn't the concept of the reserve fund at 5% to keep us in a fluid situation during the year so we always have what we need if we had real urgency to get the money? The concept of the stabilization fund was to hold it for a rainy day, a future big budget hole when the economy goes down. When we first discussed this, it was for act almost as a smoothing agent for downturns in the economy, not as a ready reserve. And so I really think it ought to be separated somehow and not carried as part of the reserve balance. It's an additional reserve fund, almost emergency reserve. But
It could be created separately.
I think it needs to be.
It could be handled that way as well.
It should be harder to reach. The reserve fund is for us to, because all year long, during a good cycle, we're taking from the reserve fund to fund new activities, new programs, new stuff, as well as move people around and do stuff. The concept of the stabilization fund was, it's a rainy day fund you only touch when the economy goes south, and I thought we even put some restrictions on how much the budget had to go down before we could do that.
Right, and that's going to be part of the policy, but recall, even in the current reserve fund, we have two accounts. We have the contingency and the emergency. And as far as I recall, we have not taken any money out of the emergency yet either. So in a sense, it is kind of segregated, and we're keeping it. But the budget stabilization fund, as you indicated, the whole intent was to smooth out the peaks and valleys.
But when I proposed this, didn't we say there was a percentage that the budget had to go down before you could reach that money?
I
thought we did.
I believe what you said was when revenues do not, you can use it when revenues do not meet what was projected in the budget. You could use a certain percentage.
Yeah. All right. So there are restrictions. It's not easily. I was just concerned it's not easily reached.
And actually, we've instructed the CAO and CLA to come back with just those types of restrictions in writing so that you can discuss that at your committee.
Thank you.
Specifically, the language, Mr. Smith, that was adopted last year was that the funds could only be expended during fiscal years when the actual revenue is less than the projected revenue target at the time the budget is adopted.
All right. So it needs to be broken out separately and that language needs to be very clear.
Okay. Page 9. These are the revenue changes that we're recommending. The first one is forfeited assets. We're recognizing additional receipts that can be used for LAPD costs of $1.5 million. Licenses, permits, fees, and fines. There's $2 million for advertising or proposed signage at the convention center. There's some excess money that was deposited with the CRA for the Staples Arena. That's $1.5 million. $3.5 million for the Prop DD Branch Library Construction Program. Those are reimbursements to the general fund. Additional cost recovery from grant funds that we found for CDD's related costs of $3.4 million. We're recommending that the film spot check fee for the fire department not be instituted, so we're reversing the revenue, the $181,000 that was to come from that activity based on the discussions that your committee had as to whether it would stifle filming in the city.
Was the 181 a full cost recovery, or was it just the incremental increase that 181 equals?
It was not full cost recovery, no, because full cost recovery was...
No, what I'm asking is, the $126 fee, did that equal $181,000, or was the incremental increase from 85 to 126 equal to 181?
I believe it was the incremental because you decided to keep your fee at 80 in the 80s.
So somewhere else in the budget is the 85?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is proposed signage at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Where's this $2 million coming from? I didn't think we had a deal on that. Or was this something new?
Yes, the council approved that agreement some time ago.
Is that the one with the signage outside?
Yes.
That's the one I voted no on. Sacramento had to approve it. Sacramento killed it in the committee, so it never came out of committee.
No, there were some signs in the plan that required approval, state approval and state legislation, and they were not successful in getting that.
Those were the outside ones.
The ones that were facing the Harbor Freeway. Those signs have been taken out of the plan. Okay. But this council approved the business deal between the city and AEG quite some time ago. I don't recall the exact date. And the final approvals now are going through the planning process. So the business deal has been approved by the council quite some time ago.
And was this the deal that we publicly talked about here, that we would get X per year and then it would be renegotiated every couple of years?
Yes, this is the $2 million minimum guarantee per year.
Right. And I thought that was a bad business deal for us, but we went forward with it. And you have this guarantee of $2 million coming in?
Yes. Potentially much, much more.
All right.
Any other questions?
There's $16 million that we've found.
Okay.
How they're going to use those $2 million on the planning department increase?
Those funds are going to go back to the planning department to support some of the, actually there were a couple of missions that were in the budget as proposed, and so those funds actually will be appropriated to the planning department.
And there was some discussion whether there are some community plans that will no longer be started, or there are some positions to expedite the zoning administrators' overloads. We don't know how that will be, where they're placing that money.
Councilman, we haven't gotten to some of the expenditures changes in the report, but one of the things that we thought about doing, and actually it is done here, we were hoping that with some of the reductions and being able to spread some of the funding around, that if there were some similar reductions in some of the larger departments, that they would generate some savings to address some of the more critical issues that came up during the Budget and Finance Committee meetings. Specifically, what I mean is like planning department, where there was concern. There was some concern with city clerk. There was concern with the treasurer. There was concern with ethics. So there's a number with rec and parks. There are a number of departments that this committee expressed extreme concern about. And so in an attempt to distribute some of the funding, we provided, or recommending that we provide a lump sum to some of those departments, and you'll see it throughout the expenditure report. However, I would caution you that, on a go forward, if some of the recommendations that led to money being available are no longer available, we should really seriously rethink some of the appropriations that we have recommended providing to departments.
So I'm a bit more confused now since we started, because initially the department said you took out some money that you shouldn't have taken out, right? That was a
planning
mistake.
department?
Yes, planning department.
Yes.
Now we're saying, no, we're putting that back in there. That was a mistake.
There is 2 entries for planning department. One entry, actually there's 2 entries that actually have corrected omissions in the planning department budget.
Yes.
There's a 3rd entry that would have provided a discretionary lump sum, $1 million, to the planning department to deal with a number of issues at the discretion of the planning director. And what we're saying is that attempt was to distribute some of the savings that we were going to achieve in this report to help support those activities.
So it's $1 million that we're giving back, but we don't know how they will use it.
We need to seriously reconsider that some of those. This report was written for the purposes of being a whole report. If we're taking things out that would affect the bottom line, we would be concerned about providing these additional appropriations to departments.
So you mentioned to me that there was $1 million at the discretion of the general manager for planning department.
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know if they're going to use that for community plans or to provide more staffing resources for the zoning administrators.
The intent would be for them to come back and report to you on what the plans for those
But we won't
expenditures
see that
would
through
be.
this budget process.
Not during the budget process, unless, if for a chance that the planning director saw this and you asked the planning director to report on Monday, there's a possibility they can tell you how they would actually use those funds.
Thank you.
Let me just ask a question on those pockets of money that you've dealt with on the departments. Is the expectation that they're going to bring a work plan to their either policy department or through budget or somewhere to say how they intend to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the game plan that they...
Yes.
All right.
I think it would be helpful in the instructions that are part of this that require them to do that, because I saw several departments, finance, treasurer, I think, rec and parks, planning, transportation, I say transportation, that we do have some, because we have some, positions on that, or opinions on some of the priorities, that the reason why we would think they should have additional money, we want to make sure that it fits within that. So if we can just add that instruction for all of those where you've included a lump sum amount, including
That's my point on the log, because through this process, we've discussed through here a number of times what the priorities are. We spent hours on this, and then to just go back and give a lump sum and not see whether the priorities that we've been talking about get implemented or not, it's, we might as well not have those discussions, and we're just going to go back and give a lump sum and not know how that money is spent.
Right, so we'll add that instruction. Let me just reiterate one thing on the planning, that we're trying our best, and Kelly and a variety of people trying to put together a June 1st joint meeting to deal with the planning department comprehensive fee study. So that's what the game plan, if we can get all the schedules and have it on June 1st. So,
Okay.
Any other questions on page 9?
Page 10 begins the expenditure changes. Would you consider, just if you want to take a look and let me know if you have specific ones you want to discuss?
I would just say on that we already asked for a report back on city clerk and that land record, so just ensure that we get that back as to how that eventually is going to be completed.
Okay.
On the third diamond, partially restore funding eliminated by the mayor and council support, $500,000. What does that include? Does that include the translator management position, or what?
I believe that with regard to city clerk, there were a number of reductions that took place. There was reductions in creative services. There was reductions in council committee support. There was reductions in the translation unit, and a number of other positions. And realizing that with the difficulty of the budget, there weren't sufficient funds to restore all of those that were critical to the council support activities. Once again, a lump sum being provided with the expectation that the clerk would come back and describe where the priorities were. That was our hope.
Okay.
Should we have a timeline on that reporting back from these departments on this lump, both this, I hadn't recognized this one, which was the lump sum, but I think it's both on the city clerk and finance and the other departments that we say, it would be great if we could have it by the time we adopt our budget on Monday. I'm not sure the departments could move that quickly to do that, but I think it has to be done before the fiscal year begins.
Yeah, I think the hope was to get it before the fiscal year, because until the final deliberations, we don't know if these funds will survive. So, but I think we do have a report coming, I don't know what the date was, is that after the budget is finalized, we'll do a report from each department that tells us how they're going to reorganize and what functions will remain and what their priorities are. So that's something that was pending from one of our original letters. So, but that can only come about once the budget is approved.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions on page 10?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not supportive of the fire item there, so I don't know how we want to do that separately. But
We should handle it here. If there's not a desire to go forward with that item, it should be handled here. It's not going to appear anywhere else.
Okay, because as I mentioned earlier on, the police and fire is my top priority, and you're smiling, I've made this clear. I do think that we need to keep them at their current levels, and the attrition in this would take us below that. So,
let me just say that on that item, and maybe what we can do so that we can keep the report in some context, if there's a disagreement on an item like that, maybe we can just do a roll call vote, and we can note that for the overall report to the council, that was not a unanimous, versus creating minority reports and whatever.
whatever works for you.
Okay. So is that whatever, how does that work?
I'm a no on the fire department cut.
Lorraine, did you want to do a roll call?
Okay, I believe we're doing a vote on the fire department item.
The fire entry.
Okay. Mr. Bizarre?
No.
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 Mr. Bizarre?
No.
No.
Ms. Gruhl?
No.
Mr. Parks?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosendahl?
No.
That's 3 noes and 2 yes.
So we'll just note that for the council to be aware of.
On that, if we're going to do it that way, there has to be something at the end of the budget presentation then that says these things remain unfunded at this point. Because what you just did, folks, is you added $12 million to the deficit.
Well, it's the same thing when people voted against the trash fees. And I know you were willing to make those cuts last time, but it's the same issue when we had people that if you don't vote for them, then there's cuts that are made. So I agree with you. I think we do have to.
But
And then maybe at the end, as we get to the end and see where our net is, that's wrong.
The thing is that the issue on, I think would have to occur is that the 12 million would have to be identified by the majority as to what they're proposing in its place.
And did we do that on the trash fees? I can't remember if that was part of what was proposed as well. Because we had a couple people who voted against the trash fees at the time.
But I don't know if
Sorry,
that
what was the question? I'm sorry. I was just saying, if we did that when we did the trash fees, I think it was 2 years ago? Yes.
2 years ago.
What about the trash? I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Did we also indicate that was part of the adopted budget?
Well, I think, as I recall,
And maybe it was only, because there was a different majority if there was a minority versus a majority, but...
Right, I think the issue is the budget coming out of this committee to the council, how is it balanced? Now, the budget that came forward to the council 2 years ago did include the trash fee, so there wasn't an issue of the committee report having an imbalance.
This is the opposite.
Right, correct.
Yeah, you're now imbalancing the budget. 2 years ago it was balanced. The minority didn't unbalance it.
Saying
You're
is that
unbalancing
people, and again, it was, when people voted against the trash fees, they were not, and again, because we didn't know the votes, so we went to the full council. I just think we be consistent as we go forward.
Ms. Gruhl, it's just totally the opposite. What happened 2 years ago, when I voted against the trash fee, it did not unbalance the budget. What you're doing right now is unbalancing the budget. So I'm saying you have to have balancing correction action then to fix that hole you just created.
I don't have any problem with that, fixing the hole that was created. But at the time, there was no request at that time, and again, I respected your position at the time.
But it didn't matter because I was the minority.
You were the minority,
If I was in the majority, then I would have been creating the problem. We didn't get there, so we didn't have to do that. This is different. It's just totally the opposite.
Council members, currently, as the report reads, the reserve fund is at 263, which is almost $71 million more than what was proposed. So that would be an area where if the $12 million is added back into the budget, that is a source of funds that can be taken from the reserve and put back into the budget to balance.
But I think the larger issue is not, if I understand it, is the overall hiring and pension and everything else that's above and beyond the 7 positions. So I think that's the larger issues, is the overall cost. And so I don't think it's attributed just to this dollar figure.
And this one, if I can just point out, this was actually the drill tower staff.
Yeah, this is 7 positions.
This is eliminating drill tower staffing. So basically, there's no training going on.
So the thing is, but if you buy this, then the next step is you're buying 150 recruits.
Because that's what it says, delete funding for 150 new recruits. So it's delete funding and resolution for 7 sworn and delete funding for 150.
Well, the funding would be for the recruit salaries while they're in drill tower.
And this is being done without shared responsibility. We're talking about general fund money.
Well, if the training were stopped, and you send the trainers back into the field, and you do not incur the costs of the recruit salaries, then it could be part of the shared sacrifice that fire is expected to come up. It's about $36 million. This does nothing It has nothing to do with their deployment in the field yet at all. In fact, because fire department attrition has gone down so much in the last year, if they do not hire 150 recruits, they are essentially in the same place as they were about a year ago. So it doesn't almost impact their staffing that much. They've actually started creeping up a little bit. So what it does is it just shifts the burden of the costs from their sworn salaries to sworn overtime. So this is really just the cost of the recruits.
I'm trying to understand if that means if we had 100 firefighters, I don't know, that left this next year, as I read this, it says you're going to delete funding for positions that would replace them.
Right.
If we don't hire, if we keep at the current level that we have and we're not increasing the number of firefighters, then the cost wouldn't be $12 million.
You would be essentially increasing the constant staffing overtime. So there would be more overtime that would be expended by the department as opposed to regular sworn salaries.
Okay.
So this is really, I'm not explaining this well, but this is really the cost of the drill tower staff and the cost of salaries for recruits as they're coming through the drill tower. It doesn't impact the field. Yes, eventually it does because of attrition. There's not a firefighter coming in to replace attrition. But because of constant staffing, we would actually have to pay overtime for that lost attrition position.
And do we believe, though, that, my concern is that the overtime costs might be greater than the hiring of the firefighters?
If I may address this, R.F. Alicon, Deputy Mayor of Homeland Security and Public Safety. The mayor's proposed budget actually had 2 of the 5 drill tower classes proposed for cuts. So that was about 100 recruits that we would normally hire in a normal year for a total of 250. The mayor's office, as CAO, and the fire department as well, calculated that it made sense to cut 2 classes of 100 recruits because of the attrition that was just spoken about. Attrition has not gone up, it's actually gone down, meaning we have more firefighters who are staying in the fire department. Therefore, there were fewer vacancies that needed to be filled. That was our understanding when the budget was submitted. If we eliminate these 3 classes, it is very possible that the attrition level, as predicted, would require more vacancies to be filled with overtime. So there could be a higher cost as a result of this during the next fiscal year. And certainly in future fiscal years, especially if classes are not increased, you will eventually have a significant overtime problem because firefighters will just naturally...
But this is not future year's budget. This is this year's budget. And the department is at the highest it's ever been, the fire department. It's right the highest it's been. So we built up over the last few years the department. This maintains the department at that level, you're saying. You eliminated 2 classes because you thought the 150 would meet the downturn in...
Correction, just for attrition.
Right, so this really keeps the department whole as is now.
Correct. And if you go below that, which I think is what's recommended by the CLA report, the potential's there, and I don't have the numbers in front of me because we received this today, that the cost this fiscal year could be much higher for overtime than it would be for staffing the drill tower.
If we don't change the model of staffing for constant staffing, if it remains the same. But what's in here is a recommendation of change of the model for constant staffing.
The change of the model that's proposed in here, which is to reduce 126 fixed post positions, translates into shutting down fire engines, fire trucks, and rescue ambulances. Fixed post positions in the field are simply for staff on apparatus who provide emergency medical and fire service. So if the savings that is hoped to be achieved by cutting these 150 firefighters in turn results in shutting down resources, yes. But that is a reduced level of service for fire and emergency medical service for the community. The model means closing down resources. And that may be appropriate.
That says reducing resource, doesn't say closing down.
No, it
doesn't
would
mean we
be-
have to close anything.
126 fixed cost positions would guarantee closure of resources. There's a minimum amount of staff that has to be on each truck, on each engine, and each ambulance.
Yeah, but we have stations that have 3 engines, we have stations that have 2 engines, we have stations that have 1 engine. So you can't say that just reducing resources is going to close them down, because you have to redesign your model.
I did not say that it would close down an entire firehouse, but it would close down a resource within that firehouse
Okay.
that would no longer be able to respond to an
That's not
emergency
what you
medical call.
implied.
No, I said resource, actually, and resource, as it's referred to, is the actual fire engine, fire truck, or rescue ambulance.
And now, can I ask a question? If you have, for example, the attrition is not at the, because in the fire department, in the police department, we only hire to the at least generally, that if only 300 leave, and we expected 400, we only hire that 300 to get to that level. Does the same happen on the fire department? So, for example, if we don't have as many firefighters leave as we think, and we have, you said 3 classes instead of the 5? Or
The budget proposes 3 instead of 5,
okay.
yes.
So let's just say we at some point get to a point where firefighters have not left. Is there a point in time where you say we're going to close any future ones that, so you would reduce that?
Basically an adjustment made because of
Yes.
attrition? Yes. In fact, this year, we closed 1 class, if I recall correctly. Ms. Matera from the fire department's here. We actually shut down a class to save money for this fiscal year, and one of the reasons we did that, in addition to saving money, was because the attrition numbers had been different than what we anticipated. Attrition, obviously, is more of an art than a science. We don't know exactly when somebody's going to leave unless they're in the drop program, which mandates a mandatory retirement at the end of 5 years. So adjustments always have to be made. We've done that in the police hiring. Then they have classes every month, so it's a little different. And it would certainly be something that would be an option here for the next fiscal year if the 3 classes were to remain.
So I don't know if amending the report that says that we'll report back, and I don't know what period of time you all that sit on public safety to see where they are on the attrition, if they're NCLA and CAO, to come back and give a report back on where they are.
If I can just speak to the attrition numbers, I actually do have them here in front of me. With regard to attrition numbers, actually, we're looking at just field vacancies. Maybe that's an easier way to look at it. The total number of field vacancies. This item, this deletion, does nothing to the constant staffing model. It doesn't touch it at all. We're just talking about hiring. If you have these many people that are filling regular positions, and you're having this many people with constant staffing, if you have less people here, you have more people in constant staffing. It's going to be equalized. We're just talking about the staffing for hiring. So if I can talk about the field...
I understood that.
Yeah, and so if I could just speak to the field vacancies that are in existence. Last year at this time, they had, the fire department had 170 field vacancies. Today, they have about 90. If we hired recruits during the course of the year, by June of next year, their vacancies would be 148, which is less than where we started last year. So that's why we thought that this was a reasonable attempt to help fire department meet their $36 million shared sacrifice number. Now, if you do not want to do this, fire department will have to come up with a shared sacrifice of $36 million some other way. We don't know how, but this at least helped them to reach that target.
Good evening, council members. I'm Georgia Matera from the Fire Department. I think there's a couple of issues here, and they're all working, and actually everybody is correct, and so that's what makes fire so confusing, is that we do have a shared sacrifice of $37 million right now in the budget, which equates to about 240 positions. Those 240 positions equate to about 20 resources a day, as the chief stated. Those 20 resources a day will be closed in different areas throughout the city.
Don't use the word closed, because that incites people. Use the word reduced. The force will be reduced by that, okay? Because you're not saying you're closing 20 fire stations.
No, not 20 fire stations, 20 resources. So it could be either be a fire engine or an
I just want to make that clear, because sitting out there, and anyone listening is going to say they're going to close 20 fire stations.
Oh, no,
because that's
no.
what you're implying when you say closed. So you're reducing the force by the equivalent of 20
apparatus. Will be
And you've got
staffed, 20 fewer.
You got 46 task force stations in the city.
That's correct.
That's 3-engine stations. So you could reduce them, half of them to 2-engine, and nobody would know the difference, except the fire department guys.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, I just want to make it clear, when we say closing resources, you're absolutely right. We are not talking about shutting down an entire fire station, but you are talking about pulling firefighters from the streets and shutting down a fire engine, a fire truck, or an ambulance that will no longer be able to respond to an emergency call.
I understand.
And I think that has to be understood. This is not simply shifting resources around. This is pulling firefighters out of the streets to help the community.
But let me ask you this. How do you reconcile if one of the proposals is to furlough firefighters, and you're saying that you're going to be closing down 20 apparatus by not hiring? What will you close down by furloughing them?
First, I don't think we're saying closing 20 for not hiring.
Well, whatever. 20 apparatus was meant.
Right.
How do you reconcile the issue of furloughs then?
Just one second.
Actually, Councilmember, in our analysis of the furloughs, it would be difficult for us to furlough. And that's why the chief has said we're going to have to look at the different types of apparatus that we would be able to
But the issue is
staff.
still $36 million you're trying to find.
That's correct.
So if you found furloughs unacceptable, you were going to deal with them in another fashion of reducing personnel at different apparatus to compensate for the $36 million.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the issue is, when you get into the final analysis, if part of the effort was to save you from having to do that by giving you the option of not hiring, why are you opposed to that?
It's not that we're not opposed to the not hiring. I think the key is the net cost of not hiring for the drill tower actually more expensive than for hiring? That's the question, that if the attrition numbers are such that it doesn't make sense to hire because we can save this money and we're not going to end up costing more in constant staffing overtime, I think we would support that. It's just the numbers that we looked at the time the budget was proposed still suggested that we needed 3 drill tower classes to maintain the level. With respect to the furlough question that you had, that is true. Because of the minimum constant staffing model, it would be difficult to furlough firefighters. But the option at that point, if the negotiations were to break down to a point where that it wouldn't be viable, closing resources certainly is one of the options to save money. But I think I speak for the mayor when I say that would be the last resort, because shutting down resources or closing down a fire engine, an ambulance, or a truck means less service to the people.
Do you think we're close to the last resort?
I'm sorry?
Or do you think we're close to the last resort? You said the last resort.
It would be one of the last options.
I mean, have we gotten there?
In my opinion, I think, just from my conversations, not outside of the negotiations with the unions, I think they understand the circumstances we are in. I think they're negotiating in good faith to try to come to some resolution to this, and they understand that if we don't deal with this 10% issue, the service will be cut to the people of the city.
Yeah, I mean, but we've been at this for a while. The understanding, the conversation, people are polite. The issue is, if you don't have the money in the bank by July 1st, what do we do?
I think at that point, then we make the decisions that have to be made, that can be made unilaterally by the...
I mean, well, we have to make them to put a budget together well before that. Is there appreciation for that?
Certainly. Okay. We understand the time constraints.
All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Actually, one more thing, Councilman, if I may add, is that if we were to cut the 200, if we're to take the $37 million in cuts for the SWARN, that would equate to 240 positions going back to the field. Those 240 positions would essentially become pool positions. So then you would have to look at where they would be staffed, and we could potentially look at then the reduction in the drill tower simply because we might end up with a surplus.
But I think when we talked to the chief and the budget came out, and he looked at the $36 million.
Yes.
He began to think about how he was going to absorb that absent any negotiations or anything else. So he's beginning to work towards that.
Yes, he is.
And we realize in working towards that it equates to less people.
Yes.
Which means less apparatus.
Less apparatus out.
I mean, so I think
in the
we
field every day.
understand that, but the issue is, how do you get around that? And for us, the timing has to be, by the time July 1st comes around, can we be assured? Because, again, the conversations and all the other things haven't produced that 10%. And I think when the mayor put in the budget 10%, we followed suit, but our tools are different. His is the negotiation, and if that comes through, we can back off a lot of the things that are in this budget. But for us, we only have a couple of options. And so that's what we're trying to say. How do you address those options in the confines of the time we have and also the tools that we have? And so I think the chief, at least from when the meeting I had with him, understood what the ramifications were and was going to go about figuring out how to find the $36 million.
And he is actively working on that.
All right. Any other questions on page 10? Okay, next is the last bullet is the general city purpose.
In this entry, what we've done is your committee suggested that on the discretionary funds for both the council and the mayor, that a shared sacrifice of 10% should be taken from all of those line items, and so that's what's been done. There was one case, the Special Fund Fee Subsidy Reimbursement Fund, which would pay for development fee subsidies and that type of thing. The cut was more than 10%, so we're adding back the amount to make it a 10% cut.
Before we created the fund, we cut it.
No, this is the one that was existing.
Just kidding. Okay. Any other questions on page 10? Okay.
If I could just add that we would like council to reconsider the cuts that were added to the mayor's GCP items.
I'm sorry, what?
There were additional cuts that have been taken from the mayor's funds in the the mayor's office controls in the GCP, which was separate and apart from prior discussions.
Was that beyond the 10%?
No, they weren't included in the 10%, and that's why...
The 10% reduction we took was in our mayor's office budget, similar to council.
Okay, I think the committee made the decision to also look at the shared sacrifice on the funds. I think that was one of the discussions we had at length.
I think you're talking about the 2 or 3 units that were in GCP that did not have a shared sacrifice, but you were taking it in the whole mayor's office, and you needed more than 10% then to equalize those 3 units that are in here. That's the Volunteer Bureau, PMU,
Small business.
and small business. So you weren't really taking a shared sacrifice on them. They weren't showing any shared sacrifice. You were doing it in the mayor's budget, but these units weren't in the mayor's budget, they're in GCP. So that's why we moved it over there. I mean, if you can have shared sacrifice, it's shared. Okay?
Just wanted to remind the prior discussions that have been had.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions on page 10? Okay, let's go to 11.
Great. We did 10%, and ours were in GCP.
Exactly.
Any questions?
Any questions on page 10? Okay. I'm sorry, page 11. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to, on that first one, I want to remind colleagues that this is what Mr. Smith and I introduced, and that's being adopted, which would suggest that any special event declarations for events which take place after June 30th, you would be able to reimburse, if you have money in your account now, to reimburse them. But what we found is a number of motions have been introduced for events that are post-June 30th and have no reimbursement for them.
That's right. Now they're going to have to count toward the new system.
Yes.
Those that have already been introduced. So we're not deleting them, we're just saying you have to go back and fund them under the new
So the reason I want to, just remember, the moratorium only reflects that if you have the funds to pay for them, that's fine, but it's not a moratorium in being able to do these special event motions, it's just that it has to be covered under the new policy.
But those that have already been introduced have to go back and use that money that's in the new budget for those events.
I think I was trying to split the baby with the bathwater, and we could talk about this, but I think there's some people who introduce them without knowing that the current policy should be in effect. So the middle ground was we adopt this on Monday, that any motions subsequent to that are pre-June, post-June 30th.
Anything after Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
But let me ask you, isn't there a small amount of money in the subsidy fund in this fiscal year?
I believe that money has
that been swept? I'm just asking, because I know there's something
looking to utilize those funds
Okay.
to sort of...
If it's going, it's going.
DOT for existing
Okay, if it's going, it's going.
obligations.
I just want to verify, but we swept that, so that's not
We're going
available.
to start June.
Okay.
So this would take effect June 30th, not Monday, anything after Monday.
It'd be after Monday.
But
But it's any item that is post-June 30th.
Okay, but it's any item under the new policy, right? Under the new policy. Okay.
Motions that were introduced already for next year.
Trying to avoid the process.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or if the ordinance goes into effect before June 30th, then...
Which would be Monday, the 19th.
Because, do we have the motion? I mean, the ordinance, Mr. Echeverria?
No, but the policy is going to take effect.
Yeah, we want the policy.
We want the policy to take effect without the ordinance
Right.
in front of us.
So Monday, the policy takes effect on Monday, if the council approves, but all those motions that already been introduced for next year...
That have not been passed by the council.
Right.
Okay, now the ordinance will have a definition of citywide, correct?
For November.
Yeah.
That's true.
And that, we will be ready before June 30th.
They're trying to adjust the gun.
I hesitate to see how many of these have been introduced.
I believe the city
Now, where's
attorney...
everybody looking around for the record?
I'm looking for the city attorney.
In discussions with Mr. Echeverria, the ordinance will be ready by then. It's still being worked on right now.
Okay, and within that ordinance, there's a definition of what citywide means.
No, we haven't created the citywide.
Yes, there is.
In the ordinance it is?
There will be a definition of what citywide events are, and it's contemplated that there would be a listing of what those citywide events are each year. So you would vote on
That's going
them.
to be in the
Before
ordinance?
June 30th.
Ideally.
Okay, and ideally, and again, we're appropriating money based upon knowing what citywide means beginning July 1st, so we have to have that in there because our dollar amount will be unworkable if we don't know what citywide means, so we really have to do it before June 30th, right?
And also realize that this ordinance requires 50% paid by the vendor, so...
By the organizer, yes.
The organizer.
And again, I want to express this, I've expressed this in the past, we've allocated $1 million, and I still think that is too little for the number of citywide events we have. I am concerned with places like El Pueblo, who have more than its fair share of citywide events because it is the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles. So I had suggested in the past that we at least allocate them $50,000 to help them. It's not much, but it helps them with putting on things like the city's birthday and other events that we ask El Pueblo to do. And so I may ask at the end of this process here today to at least help El Pueblo with at least $50,000 to help them put on those events that, unless we don't want to have them, that's fine, let's say that now, but we are going to ask El Pueblo to put them on. So just something for us to think about at the end of this process, or should we do it now? Mr. Chair, I suggested that the $1 million might not be enough for all the citywide events, and we do put in more, we ask El Pueblo to put on more citywide events than any other area in the city because it's the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles. We spoke to the general manager there, and they suggested that $50,000 will help them get through this next year. I would actually suggest that if we could allocate $50,000 to help them with citywide events, pending a resolution to the leases by this December.
One of the things, being that this is a new fund, I think we're going to have to adjust some of this stuff all during the financial status reports. And so I think, when we, and I hate to put things out where it becomes a target, but it's, we're saving $3 or $4 million, but we're going to spend 2.5. And until we exhaust that, I think we should probably allow this to go and work out the kinks. And then as the financial status report comes in, if those citywide events are such, we've got to really scrutinize those, because if we get back up to $6 and $7 million, we've not saved any money.
Yep. That may be the case.
Yeah, the whole purpose was to cut it in half at a minimum.
Okay.
So that's what I think we have to assess it as it goes. Let me ask you on page 11.
One final thing on that is, when will the list come out of all the citywide events? Or
you said that was going to be part of the ordinance?
That's my understanding.
It is part of the ordinance.
Okay.
Yes. And we'll get a list. Okay.
Okay. All right. On page 11, we've already discussed this on disabilities. You're going to resolve that whole issue?
Could I just make one little point, just for clarity, and Bernard and I talked about it, just want to be sure. The block parties are a big deal in my district. They pick up the signage, they do the stuff, this moratorium doesn't impact them, correct?
Yes, because the way the policy was adopted in January, block parties were exempted as long as they pick up the work and they come in to at least fill out the application form, so we know where the block party is
They
going
have
to
to have
be.
insurance.
Oh, absolutely. They must have insurance.
And so are we helping neighborhood councils know that, so they do a lot of work with my homeowner groups that do the block parties? They got to get the message out to these folks.
And then, Lynn, also, isn't there something that if they pay a fee and it's returned when they return the barricade?
Oh, yes, there'll be a deposit, for the traffic control devices. And then when they return those devices, they will get their deposit back.
Okay, well, it would be helpful to me because this just goes into effect the end of June, and the summer is the summer, and they'll be halfway through it.
Yes, and there's an instruction here for DOT and street services to develop the guidelines so that they can get it, the message out through the neighborhood councils and on their website.
That's very good, because that is key to my folks, because they all talk to each other. All the homeowner groups are playing in and out of the neighborhood council, so as soon as we know the direction we're going, we get those messages out, the happier I'll be.
And we also are including funding and resolution positions for some street services staff so that they can they can perform the duties for the one-stop permitting office for special events, as had been contemplated by the council.
Okay, thank you for that, appreciate it.
And let me just, the issue we've already dealt with on Department of Disabilities.
Yes.
We're going to get a report back on that.
Okay.
On that item, on the third from the bottom, the bullet dealing with the funding. Okay. Our next page would be 12. Any questions on page 12? We have ITA and libraries.
I'm sorry?
One question on that. Leases, I think, I know we probably looked into having city buildings housed, or Channel 35, 36, that has been looked into. Are we looking into that? I think there's some reports back, a report back on that.
Roy Morales from our office is going to come up here to explain.
Council members, yes, they are currently looking at some options, for example, building out the LA Mall, one of the LA Mall spaces for not only, I think it was pointed out in a policy report that came through ITGS, not only Channel 35, but Channel 36 possibly as well. So that is an option that is being explored. The source of funds for that would be the 1% money, which is the capital portion.
Yeah, I think through last year's budget process, we asked them to see if they could share space, and now we're taking that a step further, which is, let's find some city space so we won't have to pay so much money in leases. That seems to be a big cost for us.
Correct.
Okay.
Currently, we are in lease space.
Is there a timeline to that?
The goal of this whole proposal is to get everything in place. We put together a proposal based on 5 years of historical data as far as the franchise fees, and the goal is to get this in place for the 10-11 budget.
10-11 budget.
But in terms of the build-out, I'd have to check with our ITA and Bureau of Engineering and GST for the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on 12? Okay, we'll go to page 13. We got the Neighborhood Empowerment Fund.
I think you discussed this one yesterday with Ms. Sell.
Yes, we did, for hours.
For hours.
I had a suggestion.
Yes.
Yes, this isn't good enough.
Yeah, there's a suggestion. I'll do the easy one first, which is, request the controller to evaluate. I'm going to put I remembered when the controller used to say, you cannot direct me to do anything. I have my own work plan. So this was something I was considering, but just so you know, that is part of, I think you put it correctly, you can request that I would consider. Okay.
Very good.
The second, that was just a minor thing. The second is on this item. I think there's general agreement on this body that we would like to try to get it up to that 45 within the combined budgets of city clerk and Dunn. And you've identified the up to the 35,000. My recommendation is we specify particularly that the $450,000 come out of the vote by mail category in the city clerk's office. That brings up to the 40, and then ask them to identify between the city clerk and Dunn and the neighborhood council that have been getting together to identify the additional $450,000 within those budgets that have been presented. So they can negotiate and work with us.
Second that. Do you think we need that?
I would definitively take $450,000, potentially even more, but right now $450,000 out of that vote by mail. As I talk to a number of neighborhood councils, and I don't know if the city clerk or neighborhood councils here, if you would know, Bongwan, exactly how many people voted last year, but if you took 37% of the number of people who voted in the 90 neighborhood councils, I don't think it takes 670, whatever that amount was, to do that vote by mail. So my recommendation is we take out that 450 at least, and then have them work together to go to the 45. That'd be the policy we would like to
The reason I
see.
second that is I've talked to a lot of my neighborhood council people, and they're more than willing to step up to the plate and play a role in that whole election process to continue to bring the cost down. And I really think we should get it to the 45,000.
Okay, we'll move page 13. Next page, 14.
I'm sorry. Pass on it. It's a Monday.
So on the planning, just real quick, they're going to come back as well on how the funds will be utilized. 'Cause I think definitely they're listening. We all have our priorities, but we want to see what what's in the picture.
With the proviso that there are funds to give them.
She waved her hand. She got that message back there. Got it. Okay.
Are we on 15 now?
Yeah. Please. No. Again, with the understanding, finding the funding, and I maybe can do this at the end. I still think we need to keep the attrition in there in the number. So I do have some concerns, and I've expressed this to the mayor's office on the net increase and the issues going forward with the cops, and want to move that forward today, but have expressed that there needs to be a lot of discussion on council next week on that as well.
I'll express my no vote on the diamond number 1, 2, 3, the 5, the police.
On the teams, too.
Yes.
And it's only
Sworn officer hiring.
Is that only $1,000? That seems odd that they would put $1,000.
What?
On the teams, too. Can I ask a question on the teams 2 item? Is that 1,000?
It was supposed to be cost neutral, but when we were doing the spreadsheets, it ended up being $1,000. Sorry.
Okay.
$1,000 reduction from the LPD budget. Sorry.
Computer doesn't like nothing in there.
Let me just ask on, again, for discussion for Monday, certainly, and I support the recommendation of the CLA on this, but also I think I'd ask the CLA-CAO that as we move forward, that at least a consideration be given, depending on the final vote of the council, that the stimulus money be considered for attrition as well as other facets of it, so that we are prepared to address that if the eventuality is that we could lose officers and because of our budget. But that, in my judgment, is a better use of those funds to hold on to what we have versus trying to increase what we can't afford. And so, but the other thing is, with all of the, not that everybody needs more motivation, but I think one of the things that I'd like to see if the CAO would go back and brush off their 2001 report, and if we're talking about deployment and all the other things, one of the things that has to be considered is you can increase the deployment of police officers by 30% by having them work a 5-day work week. And so if that's what we're trying to do is get more people, at least that was what the CAO said in 2001. So if you go back and look at that, and if those are issues in which we're trying to find bodies and try to find people, we can't leave that off the table, just like when we talk about pensions, we can't leave FROP off the table. So all of those things should be considered.
Councilman, if we can just ask for one issue to be resolved as well. I know that there's been a great deal of discussion between the mayor's office and federal government with regard to the COPS grant, and we would really appreciate maybe just some clarification with regard to the maintenance of effort and whether, as budgeted and as shown in our budget, even though CAO, CLA is saying that we don't have sufficient funding to afford these officers, whether the COPS grant can be used for officers if, even though we're saying our maintenance of effort now is $10,000, if by chance that we have to lay off next year, even though we've hired them, whether we will be able to use the grant dollars to replace those cops. So I just want to make sure that we have a very firm understanding with regard to the maintenance of effort, that we are not setting ourselves up for a possibility of us never being able to access the grants.
And that was my point around the 40 additional officers, that going forward, that if the CLA and the CAO and the mayor's office and LAPD can have that conversation prior to Monday, as we look at ensuring that we don't get in any difficulty as we're applying for these funds, and again, what the maintenance of effort numbers is, because I know we have to be very cautious about that going forward. So if we could instruct them as part of that.
Let me ask you, what is the amount on the COPS grant that is proposed?
How much did we apply for?
Yes.
We applied for, I believe, it was approximately 450 officers, and we often shoot high in those applications, but I believe that's the number of officers we requested. Once the award comes out, then at that point is the determination of what's called a baseline, the number of officers that we have to have. And for example, in the mayor's proposed budget, it was 10,000. The Department of Justice would look at what was appropriated in the budget, see that we had the funds and we budgeted for 10,000. If they gave us, for example, 200 officers, they would pay for the officers above 10,000. And then the maintenance of effort level, just in terms of the terminology, that means what level must you maintain after you've hired all those officers. And in that case, the maintenance of effort level would be 10,200.
Well, that's the discussion I think I'd like you all to have before Monday when we come to the full council.
And that's for 3 years.
Correct. Well, the grant pays for 3 years, benefits and salary.
And cap? What's the cap on that? What allows cap on that?
There's no cap in this grant. In the stimulus bill,
so straight salary and
benefits.
No uniform, no training, no cap.
There's no.
I don't mean hat. I mean cap rate.
Yes. There is not a set aside of funds for the training. It's simply the salaries and all fringe benefits, which is a change from previous COPS grants, and there are no caps on
It's
what
better, but we still bear a burden, so we need to have that in the budget then. There is a burden we bear.
Yes, and that's in the proposed budget. The funding that is provided, I believe, would include training, sort of the fixed training costs that would be there for having the academy open for the 13 deployment periods. So if and when the award is given, it would not, I think there would be very negligible cost, if at all, to increase the class sizes to accommodate the money that's provided by the grant award.
And I think that, again, we'd like you to get your heads together to determine what is the basis in which we look at those numbers, whether it is the actual budget that is adopted and what's been in the past. Is the, how many, we got the COPS grant, I know before, during the 90s. Do we remember, how many did we get? I'm thinking 100, 150, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Dollars or number?
Number of officers that we had.
Actually, Laura Filatoff from the Fiscal Operations Division is here from LAPD.
700?
No, before that. There was two COPS grants, if I remember correctly. The COPS Hire Grant, but that paid for civilians, and the COPS Hire Grant paid for 278 police officers.
278?
Right.
And that was, there was a cap, I think it was only 75% of the salary costs, so it was a bit different in design for the prior COPS grants.
Let me just ask, as we go forward, I think it would be helpful, as these numbers come out, baseline of 10, prospects of going over 10,200. We need some figures as to what the overall impact is going to be on the issue of workers' comp, medical, and pensions that the city would eventually have to absorb. Okay?
Yes. I just want to, I see this right now, this discussion, as a very defining moment for all of us. It's a big deal. If we go forward, if we don't go forward with your proposal, but go to the 10,200, rely on the federal stimulus money to assist us as time goes on, what will happen to your push and shove in your budget in real terms? What will the difference be if we say yes for more cops, replacement of existing and getting the new hire in, and the majority of us take that position here today, and the majority of the council on Monday goes along with that. Just what are we looking at when we talk about the rubber hitting the road and the defining moment, Jerry?
Well, I think there are a couple of questions there. If you are talking about, okay, let's separate police and fire for a moment here, because you're just talking about cops. Right. So in essence, what you're talking about for the hiring plan next year, including attrition hiring and the additional officers, is a total of about $55 million.
Right.
So that, again, in our proposal, is part of the shared responsibility and sacrifice and is reallocated. If you put that back into police, you're going to have to find the $55 million somewhere else. Right. That equates to approximately 1,200 civilian layoffs. It equates to approximately, in terms of furlough days, that would be another 14 furlough days for civilians, again, if you're looking at civilians.
Additional civilian furlough days on top of the 26?
Right. Now,
36.
Right. Now, the second part of that question, where at least the COPS grants, and I think what Sharon is getting at, is if you fund 10,000 and we get 250 through the COPS grant, and next year you are unable to afford to fund attrition hiring, you will not get the $200 million, the grant for the additional 250 officers. That is the significance of setting the baseline. Because in 2011, as we said, when the budget problem is much worse than we're facing today, if you have no other option but to not hire police, you also lose the stimulus grant.
Do we ever look at the idea of some new, fresh revenue streams of the reality that, like, right now, my district strongly feels I should stay strong, stand next to the chief and the mayor, and go for more police until we get 10,000. And we've said it publicly, we've been in many forums, my constituents continue to say that to me. How do I say back, which I'd like to say, well, if we're going to move in that direction, it's going to cost us more. Do you have any thought of how we could, in fact, make a discussion, not of cutting other people that are essential jobs, but another revenue stream question, something we could put on the ballot, or something we could talk about in real terms that could generate that revenue?
Sure. In terms of revenue streams, the reality is that there's very little left to you that isn't subject to voter approval. Yes, of course, you can go on the ballot, and you could go on the ballot in 2011 with a general tax increase. You could go to the ballot sooner with a parcel tax, specifically for police and fire, for example. That would require a 2/3 vote. I mean, those are not the sorts of things that you're going to be able to do really even within the next 12 months. So the options for additional revenue are extremely limited right now.
See, we're between the rock and the hard place here, is basically what you're saying.
I mean, I think what this really comes down to is the mayor's shared responsibility, is the need to reduce our current payroll with the current officers we have through concessions for the unions, or not hire.
Thanks.
And have the other conversation about the funding, you want to do that now?
Yeah, why don't you do
and
that
the
now?
police and fire, we were looking at, because and it's to follow, the reason I thought about doing now is to follow your comments, Jerry, because all of this, in the furloughs that are being recommended and the layoffs and all of that is, does not take into consideration any concessions from any of the unions, police, fire, or the other. So in many instances, we hope to see these numbers change. It doesn't include as well the number of the police retirement fund, police retirement fund, the retirement fund, the funding if we give early retirement with cash payout. I'm sounding like you, Ray, when you were at midnight as I was watching you. Which I know it's not yet defined, but if we had 1,000 people who took early retirement, the money saved.
That's right. The numbers before you don't take those into account.
Okay.
Because as I've said, you have before you what you have, and everyone's hope is that what I've put before you doesn't have to happen.
So what I would ask the CLA and CAO to do to find it's the 12 million and the 53 million, I think it was the 46.864 and 6.841, which is a little close to $53 million, get you the $65 million. That based on that, we've asked you to come forward on Monday with the actual program and what you anticipate on a conservative basis, whatever that dollar figure is, then provide to us, because you're doing the 26 furloughs, what the a combination of the layoff furlough numbers would be, and to give us those scenarios that equal that $52 million. Excuse me, that's $65 million.
Let me just ask for clarity.
Furloughs and layoffs. They've suggested that if we'd be increasing the number of layoffs. Again, that is none of that. We're dealing with what we have today. So we hope not to have to do all that. But if the fire department comes back and the police department and comes back, we're willing to cut because I think we have to ask them as well if the request is to continue their hiring, that they need to come back as well with potential cuts in that shared sacrifice, but additionally look at the furloughs and layoffs that are part of the overall.
Let me ask, so I understand, are we saying that if we get that certain number of civilians to retire, with money we save, we wouldn't invest in saving some of their positions, we put it in the police department and the fire department? Is that what we're saying? We would allow them to pension off, save money on their salary account, and move it to save police and fire position?
I'm not saying that.
I don't, that's directed to Ms. Gill. That's not how I intended the suggestion. I think globally,
I'm just saying that
if we can get voluntary retirements, obviously then on the civilian side, we bring down the civilian side layoffs and civilian side furloughs.
Okay, but I'm saying, I think Ms. Grew was asking on closing the gap of this fifth asterisk along with what was on the fire department. What I thought was said is that if we're able to recover money from early retirements, that would be a source to accommodate the police and fire, if I misunderstood.
Just as it would be if we're negotiating things with police and fire and looking at the whole general, I'm not sure we should begin separating where we save money and how that's going to go to each department in that way, because then we can go through the whole budget. I think everyone is going to have to share in that. And so when the negotiations go forward, some of the savings we may have with police and fire may go towards how we're dealing with the coalition of unions on the other side. I'm just saying they should provide to us options of, when we're looking at an overall budget, what the savings will be for early retirement, as well as we're looking at an overall budget, because we're talking $65 million on an overall budget.
Okay, well, the thing is that on the issue of, as we mentioned on the fire, I don't support that we move forward on that, that we eliminate that item. So I think if the vote goes as it was before, we say 3-2 as it relates to leaving the police hiring in, even with all of the conjecture what may occur, we're dealing with the budget as it is. And so if that's the case, then the vote be the same, 3-2 on that police item. And that's before we get to the, I guess it would be inclusive of the first bullet under police all the way to the second bullet, which transfers. So would that be the committee's desire?
Well, I'm in a tough spot because, first of all, I want more cops, but I don't want to lay off 1,200 more workers, and I don't want to go up to 40 furlough hours. There are some people who can't afford that 40 furlough hours, the rest of us. So it's a tough spot. I mean, restate what this means. 40 days. 40 days of furlough, right? And 1,200 more employees would be on the street. Is that what you said, Jerry?
$65 million.
$65 million.
On the civilian side, I'm sorry, we were talking cops, $55 million.
55.
Would equate to roughly 1,200 civilian layoffs.
But you feel, I mean, I don't want to play any shell games here. I don't want to lay off 1,200 more employees, and I don't want to go to 40 days of furlough. Is that what you say will happen if we do this?
Well, absent anything else, again, all you can do today is what you had before you. Am I saying that will happen? No, I'm not saying that will happen, because obviously there's a whole dynamic here going on with concessions from the union. I am saying what you're faced with today is that you have $53 million that is being proposed for attrition hiring and to add a net additional 40 police officers. That $55 million, if it had to be covered in some other way, relates to roughly 1,200 civilian layoffs.
And that $50-some-odd million would be in addition to what the mayor's proposal was, to cut $100 million out of the budget. So we're finding another way to close those gaps.
Yeah, all of this is to get to that $329 million number, which is the unfilled gap as we face it today.
Yeah, and the way I'm looking at this...
It's the overall $329 million. I think we need to go back to that, and because there's going to be a lot of still negotiations, and I think we need to understand that there's a lot, we're going to be asking a lot of police officers, firefighters, and all the rest of our people in the city of Los Angeles. So no one is going to not have to sacrifice. That's the message I'm sending, that everyone is, we're looking at overall numbers.
The way I'm looking at this is, I'm expressing my disagreement at this point, but what we're asking I agree with Ms. Gruhl, we're asking the CLA to get creative, go back, think about several scenarios in which we could implement an early retirement system and come up with some scenarios where we reduce the number of required furloughs, layoffs, and include the two items here which we have disagreed with, keep the sworn officers and keep the fire item that we talked about earlier. So we're just simply asking to get creative. If we do get an early retirement system, what would that look like? And keeping in mind several scenarios. Some scenarios we may lay off more than others, we may have more furloughs than others, but to try to keep this item and the other fire item whole, we will consider that on Monday. But as of right now, I think I do want to state my disagreement with the direction we're taking, because what we're asking for is more options here. That's how I look at it.
Let me just, maybe I'm confused, but I don't know if we have a whole lot of options, if I understand it, because if we say add 12 million back for fire and 56 million back for police, cut down on furloughs and cut down on layoffs, we could retire everybody in the city and not cover that.
Right.
Limits.
Now,
limits. Yes, we won't do that, but there's limits. Parameters.
Let's be clear about, I actually need to be clear about what you're expecting on Monday. Now, we can come back to you, and the CAO has worked on a cash incentive program. I think, as they will say, they can develop a cash incentive program. As we see here today, they have no idea how many people are going to accept that. So we can give you ranges. If X number of people accept it, it's this. If Y number of people accept it, it's that.
But also, Jerry, I think you need to identify, it's not only what they accept, it's what we're willing to give, because there's a cap on that.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that we're going to then come up with a gap that's not filled. There's only two ways to fill that gap: layoffs or furloughs.
And that's what I indicated in what I said, they come back with those scenarios as you go forward. All I'm saying on the retirements is, we know, for example, that on an average year we have 400. Okay? We did not have 400 this year. We had a lot less than that 400, based on people waiting for us to decide what we were going to do. So we can give us the conservative, numbers as well, because I don't want us to bank on something that necessarily isn't true, but I think there are some scenarios that would fill some of this gap as we're looking at the overall budget gap.
And finally, one of the revenue sources that we had been thinking about throughout this budget process is the P3 item, and I don't think we've discussed it today. I know I've had individual meetings with the CLA and the CLA on why you didn't include that in the budget, but why aren't we including the P3 item as part of this budget process as a source of revenue?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, I think it was clear from the discussion the other day, it's uncertain whether the council wants to go forward with the P3. Two, it's uncertain about what that P3 includes. Does it include the meters and the structures? Does it just include the structures? And if it includes the structures, how much is that? And then the third issue is the way this is structured, that transaction can't close until the end of the fiscal year, because otherwise there'll be another budget gap, because there's a full year of parking revenue that's programmed into the budget. Now, so as we sit here today, there's a lot of uncertainty in that revenue. I'm not suggesting that you don't move forward and pursue it, but programming it today would be risky, because if it doesn't work at the end of the year, you're not going to have enough time to make other cuts to recover.
And so you think we would realize those funds at the end of next fiscal year?
Yes.
The year we're planning for.
And the hope would be that if you proceed with this, we certainly should know, I would hope, by mid-year, and you can then look at using those funds either to pay the cash incentive if that's what you choose to do, or to back off on some of the other things that are on the table.
Okay.
right, so on that item, be creative.
And are we expressing a 3-2? Are we expressing a 3-2, or is it?
No, 3-2 on that, so we can just say that. So that's only 70-some million dollars.
I'm switching. I'm switching from where I was to joining Smith and Parks on this one. And the reason I am is I just don't want to lay off another 1,200 workers, and I don't want to go up to 40 days of furlough, and I don't want to cut back on a lot of other projects. If somebody can change my mind by the time the full council goes and make some compelling arguments, I've just joined Smith and Parks at this point.
CLA, would you get Mr. Rosenthal a room for the next few days and keep
Can we get an armed guard in the budget?
get general services to get an armed guard?
Mr. Chair, before you leave page 14, I have a correction.
And what that now?
Public Works Engineering, restore funding, and it should be 8 regular resolution position authorities to avert the closure of the
Leave it to
West
the
LA
7.
District Office.
Okay. Any other questions on 14? Okay, go page 15.
Yes, on page 15, on the consultant for the zero-based budgeting, I think that's a good approach. You've listed their Rec and Parks as one of the departments that will hopefully take that on. The general manager, when he was here, expressed strong support for the idea and concept. I think, how many other departments do you think you would be able to work with for zero-based budgeting for the following fiscal year?
Good question. Certainly, we'll work with CLA and actually the mayor's office as well to identify the departments where we think we can get the most bang for the buck, and Rec and Parks has been listed here, and we'll between the 3 offices, we'll get a list and we'll forward it to you.
And I think going after those departments that are showing some interest, obviously they would want to work and be interested in doing this more than others who may be reluctant. But I think if we could go after some of the bigger departments where we could realize the most savings, that probably might be another criteria as well.
Okay. Just wanted to point out, Transportation and Treasurer, they're 2 of the departments that we're recommending lump sum allocations, and for them to report back to your committee as to how they will be programming those funds.
Any other questions on 15? Let me just double-check one thing on treasurer. We were assured that these positions are revenue-generating?
The 6, those were the accounting clerk positions, I believe, that she felt were critical to her operation, and they were recommended for deletion in the budget.
Key phrase, revenue-generating?
Yes, revenue generating.
Okay.
Revenue protection. I know we went past on page 10, but the same would be, those would be revenue generating. Revenue protection.
That was what, on 10? Finance. Okay. Any questions on 15?
Page 16, we begin other changes where the increase equals the decrease, so there's no net change. The first one, again, has to do with, we've already discussed this, the $95 million that we believe, I don't want to call it, well, it's at risk because it's still dependent upon other actions taking place, and we don't believe it should be. Well, it's counted in the budget, but we recommend increasing shared sacrifice in order to make up for that until we determine whether those funds actually materialize.
Sorry. A question on the AB 1290, and I know we had a list of those funds. Did we set up criteria as to the, I mean, I know it says in here that it's going to go on into the UB. Okay.
The whole point of that was to have an analysis done of those funds to determine whether they were actually committed, allocated, or not. And the whole purpose of setting it aside was that if it's determined that they were committed and needed for projects, that the monies would go back. If they are not needed and there's a determination to actually take the AB 1290 funds into the general fund, it would be sitting in the unappropriated balance.
And it could then reduce layoffs and furloughs and the other things?
Yes.
And then with Capital Finance Administration Fund, we're recommending that the $3 million that was set aside in the administration account for the P3 project be put in the UB until a decision is made. And we're also recommending that any NICLA expenditures for the proposed projects that are in the budget come back to council for approval. And let's see, on the city attorney, we found grant funds that can be used, or grant reimbursements rather, within the city attorney's office to offset the costs of 2 neighborhood prosecutor positions for the 2 area stations, the new police area stations that came online this year.
Okay. Anything else on 16? All right, go to page 17.
Again, this continues with changes that are fully offset from other sources.
Could you explain that on the ethics? I know there was some concern, we had some concern on the ethics to ensure that they got, I think, dramatically cut. And it says, with restoration of that line item and reducing it down to 10%, what does that provide them back?
It's reducing the amount of savings that they have to come up with down to only 10%.
Okay. So that would, so that's revenue neutral?
Yes, it actually, the way that the budget was put together, there were special funded positions in certain departments, and so when the CAO did the budget, there was this $57 million in special funds. As part of the recommendations here, we were actually suggesting that all of the special funded positions be moved back into the department. So that includes the funding, it includes any positions. Ethics was kind of caught up in that, so they had like almost $200,000 that was sitting in a schedule unspent. So this would actually get the funds back into their departmental budget.
For the positions?
For whatever it is that they need the funding for.
And it could include the
It basically replaces funding that was deleted. Yes.
Include the positions. They did come up with an idea, so I just want to throw this out as something to look at from the CAO and CLA that has been done, I guess, in other cities, that they charge bidders a fee for submitting bids to city RFPs, and part of that because they have to look at the ethics aspect of it, and that covers some of their administrative fees. So I give them an A+ for coming up with some ideas to maybe have some of the funding available to them, and there is a nexus. So if we could ask the CAO and CLA to look at that, Mr. Attorney? Yeah, I have just 2 sentences, but we'll maybe get it brought up back. But I think it came from the president of the commission, too, so they have a lot of ideas about that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, next page.
Has to do with LAX. The big thing that I got to make sure, the LAX one, you know, LAWA is paying for the planners, and the planning department will use them. Will the managed hiring committee approve quickly? This is the key. We got a lot of money at stake. I can't let all the other issues get in the middle of it. So my hope would be that we could planning could hire quickly these folks that LAWA reimburses. We have an MOU in place. Can we get a sense of guarantee on that?
We will work with the CAO and the mayor in order to do that.
Okay. All right. Can you get back to me, or I don't need a report back? Will Gail Goldberg, put it in stone?
We'd be happy to report back.
Okay.
Sure.
I definitely want to be able to know that we're actually moving forward.
Right. And I have another omission that didn't get into this page. It's to reduce the appropriation of the matching funds transit projects line item to $10,571,000 and reallocate $6 million to a new line item entitled Green Line Extension to Los Angeles International Airport Planning Studies. And this is Measure R funding.
Now, what page should that be on 17?
Yes.
Can you repeat that, please?
This is for Measure R. It's to provide an appropriation from matching funds, transit projects line item. The line item itself is $10.5 million, and reallocating $6 million of that to a new line item entitled Green Line Extension to Los Angeles International Airport Planning Studies.
Mr. Chair, Steve Ongala, Mayor's Office. I'd just like to request on the item relative to Personnel Department where there's $2 million appropriated for into the UB for a links to replacement system. We would like to request that the department be allowed or be authorized to spend those funds in this fiscal year. Just make an exception. We'd like to request an exception for that because a vendor has already been identified, and talking to personnel department, talking to a city attorney and the CEO who will be using kind of like an enterprise risk management system. We'd like to request that they be authorized to spend these funds in this fiscal year.
Okay. I think that's the game plan, but I think what they have to do is bring something forward from personnel and ITA to the CAO, CLA to basically their proposal so that money can be moved. I don't want to put it in their budget and just say use it, but I think we need the oversight that we've asked the CAO and CLA over and over again to be along with the mayor's office, to be oversight on any major system. And so I think we need their proposal first.
So should we therefore assume that this is not going to be part of the 09-10 budget?
No, we should assume it's in the UB, but they're going to have to bring their proposal to, what do we call it, Ray? The Large System Oversight Committee or something?
The Technical Oversight Committee.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's the group that they should report to as to what they want to do so that they can then approve it and release the money.
So if we have a report that's ready before July 1, should we?
If you give it to them as quickly as you can, they're the ones that would set that schedule. But the thing is, we need that oversight before that money's moved.
If I can just make a point that this budget doesn't go into effect until July 1, so any action that we take right now would have to be actually scheduled for July 1. So we can't take actions on the 09-10 budget transferring monies until after July 1.
Otherwise, we'd have to find the money this year, which we don't have. So the thing is I think what would be helpful in the next 6 weeks is to get the Large Systems Oversight Committee some information so it could be effective as early in July as possible.
Exactly. Basically, depending on how quickly this moves forward, this is basically reversion. If we get, if the report comes forward, you approve it, we'll get it done this year. If not, then basically the money will be available for next year.
So is this so this is going to go to the UB? Is that where the money is now? And so as soon as the report comes out, then you would be able to access those funds to do it. But if it's in the UB for this coming year,
well, basically, the ITA will present a report. It'll basically go to the Technical Oversight Committee. Then that report will then be referred to ITGS and perhaps to Budget and Finance. By the time it goes through all those steps, it may not actually get full council approval till actually July 1st. So that's why the $2 million in the UB.
got it. And this will deal with all the elements of the comprehensive risk management issues raised by the Controller's report.
I'm not going to say it's going to address everything, but it's going to address the big part, which is the workers' comp piece.
The workers' comp piece.
Kind Councilmember, just to reiterate, when we did an RFP for an enterprise risk management system. It was more than just the workers' comp. I do admit that, when we started working on this, the idea was to get a replacement for the workers' comp system. However, when we did an RFP, of which we've already chosen a vendor, we actually did an RFP for an enterprise risk management system that would actually help the city attorney, workers' comp and personnel, and the CAO's risk manager as well, not just workers' comp.
Yeah, so it's an enterprise system, it's not just for workers' comp. And that's significant because this is all the issues we've been talking about in terms of having a holistic...
I would like to, yes, it's primarily geared for workers' comp, and because that's where 90% of our liability is. But I don't want to create the expectation that it's going to deal with the entire enterprise type system and some of the things that came out of the audit.
Okay.
I'd like us to be able to report back on exactly.
But the personnel department is part of this larger group that's
Yes.
being... Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on page 17? Go to page 18.
One thing I'd like to point out is the Public Works Board Office and the bureaus in this action. We're reversing the consolidation of the human resources into the board office from the bureaus, and the bureaus agreed to fund those positions within the same cost that it would have done or had in the consolidation.
Okay, now, there's two things. Are they going to fund them with the same cost, or are they going to reduce the positions to match the cost? And I thought that's what we left it with during the budget hearings. Because the concern I have, if they're going to fund them with this amount of money, then what we have is we're back into the sub-authority issue again, where they're paying for it within their budget on positions that are not authorized. So what I thought the last thing we said is they were going to reduce the positions to match the money.
Well, your guarantee is that in another recommendation earlier, we have any sub-authorities that a department is not holding an equivalent amount of other positions vacant for the same value or same cost of position, that it would have to come to council for approval.
But again, I want to make sure that the positions are reduced to a dollar amount, not that the dollar amount, they'll find a way to fund the 27 positions.
I believe they wanted the flexibility because they're anticipating having a need for this skill with potential layoffs.
I think the thing is that with all that, we need to reduce the positions to match the dollars.
Okay, we'll work with the bureaus on that.
Okay. Any other questions on 18? Okay, page 19. Let me just ask, where would we find, during the budget hearings, we constructed a definition or policy regarding the taking of special parking revenue fund? It was on a memo.
I'd say that's in Exhibit H, and it's in the instruction section that's coming up.
So we captured the wording that we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Any questions on page 19? Okay, let's go to page 20, and this is H.
Yeah, this is Exhibit H, and all the recommendations that you had in committee, they're captured here from Memo 102.
Okay, so this is a replica of 102.
Yes. Let's see if I could... the one that you're interested in, I believe, is down at the bottom of page 20. I'm sorry, on the top of 21.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on Exhibit H? Because this is we approved that Memo 102, and this is a replica of it. And then on page, as we continue on H, on page 22, and we have a commitment from Mr. Rosenthal to get that point of sale item out of committee so that we can get those ordinances done. So if we can move on that, that would be important. On page 22, we just, and during the budget hearings, we requested that your committee move that point of sale item to council as quickly as possible with ordinances, because that appears to be our total sidewalk repair program for this year.
I might say that on the 20th of this month, it is in committee and Public Works, and we hope to move on point of sale. We want the realtors to come and talk. We want everybody else to be part of it, but we're on the same page with you.
Thank you. Any questions on 22? We move to 23. And 23, we're still on schedule, Exhibit H.
Yes, about half of the page.
Okay. All right, then what do we start? The CAO is the start of items that are not on Exhibit H?
Yes.
Okay.
On the CAO, the first bullet, we'll work on revising the definition that you wanted for the 1% for infrastructure.
Yeah,
We'll clean that language up.
Good, I appreciate that, because I may have misstated when we were talking about that.
Yes.
You weren't supposed to be so quick with yes. Okay, item 23. Page 23, any other comments? CAO, City Attorney, City Clerk. Move to page 24. Comments on any of the instructions on page 24.
Councilmember, Mayor's office here. We obviously feel that there's going to be a lot more discussion required for Department of Economic Development, especially relative to any legal issues surrounding anything that would consolidate functions within the CRA. If I know this will probably go back to the appropriate policy committee, so I just want to make that statement.
I think we've already passed it. Didn't we already pass it, Mr. Smith? We've already passed the consolidation and economic development, didn't we? We passed it in committee.
Yeah. And
I thought we did in
this is-
council.
Yeah, this is just the concept, and it's being done in committee. So this is just to go forward and start talking.
I just want to highlight, and I'm happy to see it in the proposal, the incorporation of the efforts of Film LA and the creation of a film czar in this structure, the incorporation of the Mayor's Office of International Trade and Office. But the film czar is a big one for me. There's so many people in the industry who have been asking for that, and it really does set us up to bring productions back to Los Angeles and make it more business-friendly in Los Angeles so that we can, in fact, have more business here. So hats off.
But something I do want to state that we in the Mayor's office oppose is the development of the consolidation plan, transferring that function over to the CAO. While currently the CAO does assist the Mayor's office, ultimately the development of the plan, similar to the development of the budget, requires many policy decisions that need to be made. And so this is an effort that we feel should remain in the Mayor's office.
But
What item is that now?
It's within the second bullet that says consolidated plan to the CAO for the 10-11-36 year.
Okay, but I think, isn't that to be studied?
No, I think the instruction is to transfer the development of the plan to the CAO. Currently, as I stated, the mayor's office is responsible for the development of that plan. The CAO assists in that development, and then it goes forward to council for the consideration.
Let me ask you, on the CAO, on this item, the second bullet, was that a recommendation came from a council committee or a resolution or something?
Actually, Mr. Parks, these recommendations were read into the record during one of the Budget and Finance Committee meetings, I think one day last week. Okay. So this is just a recap of what the committee had adopted at that time.
Okay, but that's the basis of it, the verbal direction from the committee during the budget hearings?
Yes.
So this is not an audit or some other...
No. This was strictly came out of your committee meeting last week.
All right. Okay. Any other questions on page 24? Okay, let's go to page 25.
I know on the Human Services item, we've had a lot of concern on that Phase 2 aspect of it, and I think just publicly for people to understand that the Phase 2 is what I think you asked for, is just to come back and tell us what the possibility would be. But we got a lot of emails and so forth that it was happening and so forth. I think it's better to just reiterate that you just are coming back with information on it.
Yeah, and I think what we added was the issue, really the evaluation whether the state or federal funds would be negatively impacted in the sense of that resource. And in fact, we received a couple of emails as to if we're going to be studying all this, why didn't we include Dunn as part of human resources? And so there's a variety of issues floating around on that human service thing. But I think the first three are the ones we're most concerned with, a transition plan, because we have three commissions and how they are going to be merged before we even get to Phase 2. So I think that's, we've told people on emails, this is basically asked them to review it and evaluate it. It was not a part of the original merger. Any other questions on page 25?
Councilman, did you want us to strike that last couple sentences on this recommendation? Or do you want to continue to
Phase 2 is just a study.
Okay, just a study.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just to evaluate whether it fits and come back and let us know if it doesn't fit.
Right, because it just says to assess the feasibility of the consolidation.
And I just wanted to highlight only because we've gotten probably more emails on that than other things, and that people were concerned about.
My sister even sent me an email on
Your
that.
sister?
But perhaps just wording the fact that it's being called Phase 2, which implies that, there is going to be a start to a second phase without there really being...
We'll strike that language.
Yeah, I think I think the word the phrase Phase 2 came in when we threw it in and said it will be evaluated after you get past the first merger, and that not to include it in the first merger. So whatever it takes to clarify. Okay, any other questions, page 25? The next page, 26.
Can we maybe add just I know on police, and you have it, just when I saw instruct LAFPD to report audits and government efficiency, I think the other item that Mr. Reesar has focused on as well is the civilianization, that it would be important to kind of include that as well, kind of as the third diamond, which is to come back and start talking, again, that issue is still relevant. I don't know how we would want to phrase that, Mr. Huizar, if you...
Thank you. Well, there is an outstanding report back, I believe, from the police department on, we asked for the 25 areas that, or what would the cost savings would be if we filled 25 civilians with those positions that are currently occupied by sworn officers, able sworn officers, and so we're still expecting the report back. But I think we should continue that discussion in the Audits Committee as well as to the bigger picture, because we could definitely realize some savings, especially if we get some COPS money, that we could possibly direct some of that funding towards civilians as well.
Mr. Parks, I just want to agree wholeheartedly, Mr. Huizar, on that one. In the discussion we had here before, I think there were 67 positions that we felt could be civilian totally that were officers. I think the LAPD shared that with us. Do you remember that number?
Yeah, that's my recollection.
Yeah, and obviously I'd like us to be able to work on that, to somehow move an officer who's able-bodied and able to work the streets, and those positions should be filled with civilians. First, civilian is 70 cents on the dollar. Is that right, Jerry? Yeah. Roughly 70 cents on the dollar. And two, it will put more cops on the street. After my last vote, yes, I want to get more cops on the street. Okay, so can we somehow get some...
We'll include that. Yes, we will.
All right, thank you.
We have page 26?
Yes. I have a correction on page 26 under Public Works Sanitation with regard to restoring, it says 100 positions of 167 that were eliminated for wastewater. The number should be 77 of 167.
When we distribute this for Monday, all of these corrections and such will be part of that new report. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions on 26?
Yes, on this second diamond, instruct the Bureau of Engineering on behalf of Bringing Back Broadway to Task Force with the assistance of the CAO to prepare a project schedule and rough order of magnitude budget, which includes the BOE staffing costs, and report on to council with estimates for each phase of the project, and further request the Bringing Back Broadway Task Force to include the CAO as a voting member. Isn't the CAO currently a member?
We have not participated as of yet.
Okay. Is somebody who wrote this can answer that question?
No, they're not.
Pardon me?
No, they are not.
They are not.
No,
They are not. Oh, CAO is not a member.
we are not a member.
You are not a member of this?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, page 26?
Yeah, on the sanitation, the restoration of the authorities and the wastewater program, you said you're restoring 67?
77.
77 rather than 100. So what does that do to the savings rate then, salary savings?
My understanding was they were going to be able to fund those positions within the existing
And that was the 100.
funding.
The proposal was with 109.
Yeah, sir, that lines up the total reductions that the department had requested based on the memo they had introduced for the previous budget and finance meeting that asked to ramp down the reductions to a total of 100. In terms of SCM, that translates to a reduction of 90 positions. So we're restoring 77 back. It's just a typo, basically. The amount of the salary savings rate increase from 4% to 9% lines up with the 77 positions.
Okay, so you're correct. So the original data was wrong then, because...
No, sir. It was just I guess a miscommunication between the
help.
I think it just wasn't clear, and we're providing clarity to basically the appropriate number to be 77 in conjunction with the 9%.
Okay, we need to work this out. Like, I'm not so sure those numbers match up on what we were told, so we can address this on Monday if we have to.
Yeah.
Any other questions on page 26? The last thing we have are the attachments that deal with the report backs. Let me ask Ray, on the report backs, what is our expectation? Are we intending to deal with those in council next week, or will we be dealing with those as part of regular budget and finance committee?
I think some of these are longer-term report backs.
Okay. I mean, but the issue, is our intent to address any of these on Monday? Or the intent is that they will be brought to Budget and Finance in our separate meeting?
Let's see if I just quickly scan through these. I think most of these are going to be longer-term report backs.
So they're not needed to close the budget down?
No.
Okay. So we don't need any of these to reconcile the budget?
No, you
Okay.
don't.
All right. Anyone else have any questions? We've gone through the report, and I think we've given the adequate direction on so many items, and so we can, I guess the protocol is that the report will be presented on Friday, and it's just a presentation, it's not discussion, just presenting it, and then Monday, 9 o'clock, is it 9 or 10?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
There's public hearing on Friday.
Public hearing
on Friday.
On Friday, but there's no council discussion.
Correct.
Okay. Public hearing on Friday, and at regular council meeting, it starts at 10.
On Monday.
Budget deliberation, well, for Friday, council starts 10, but budget deliberations start at 10 on Monday. Okay? Is that it? Now, are we recessing or adjourning?
Adjourning.
We're going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much. Let me thank the staff. Let me thank the CAO, CLA, all the staff, department personnel. Lorraine, thank you, and everybody for all the work you've put into this, and we hope to get this on the agenda for Friday and proceed next week and get a budget approved. Thank you.
And thank you to the chair. Thank you to the chair for having some memorable meetings and getting us out here a little after 8 tonight.
Okay.
And your hard work. It's my last budget.